Sorry for the hold up. It's time for more exploration and catching up with the exploration. This should also mean... Oh, that's right, given that Xilonen will get to maximum friendship, and I still do need to actually do the weekly boss fights. I did not even really think of that. How much trash I got in the inventory right now? That's my question. Oh, right, it is. He's got some meat, and oh, he gives his boss drop, which is interesting, because again, unless they have characters who... I've already leveled with him and Charlotte up to maximum, nobody else uses those materials. Okay. Alright then. But again, gotta check how much trash can I clear out by feeding it to Orone. Only so much. Come on. That's a bit. Just doing the boss fights would mean having a bit more to throw away, that is true. 23 spots in the inventory. Oh, and what do you know? The tablet. Tablet's ready. Okay. I mean, not the tablet, the crystal fly trap. I'm losing my mind. Ooh, we can use that too. Some of those. Getting a lot of condensance crystals, though. That might be a good idea, too. We'll see what happens. Okay. Oh, forgot to... Oops. Actually put something in there. I wonder how well he will use that. We can... Let's put in some peaches, actually. We got a lot of those. Not much to use them all for. So how many times will his grenade bounce? Probably none of note. That's alright. That's life. Gotta wait for that to come off cooldown. And only one measly time. Okay. And... Oh, you can just keep shooting. And every single one counts as an application. You know, that works too. Thank you, Chasca. Finally, we found something good. Alright, and we actually got Natlan materials that time. Okay. Let's go out and get to shooting. Oh, but that's right. Milani was in the party to find items, but in terms of actually just fighting things, we like to keep you in. Well, to be fair, with a Milani in, that does mean we actually trigger electrocharge reactions, which is better for Orone. So given that I don't need Pyro for anything specifically right now, probably is better to actually have her in here, in case we have any commissions that require that anyway. Yeah, let's just get over here. Do a bit of fighting. Oh well. Mr. Tlamot. Say for now, the fight's a bit quicker. Okay. You're right over there. Hello. Toboka. If we send you in to toss a grenade down and get that going, we can shoot ya. Simple enough. Okay. Thank you. Oh. Feels like there's been some sort of misunderstanding. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Cool. Simple. Next up is... Guess we could go and fight them now. Okay. Much in the way of... Yeah, we do have exactly enough resin to do. exactly enough resin to do the 3 boss fights, actually, which is nice. Okay. Shoot. 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 And shoot. And take some full gets in, but there we go. Very simple way to do things, but I don't dislike that. Okay. Guess I could also actually use Aurora's Burst. Maybe. Instead, the enemies are rather far away. Takes some time to actually have them get here. Okay. That's fine. And 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Arson. Rather notable limits. Go ahead and split. Thank you. That was alright, and we got all that back. It's even more impressive, honestly. Okay. That's alright. Did I even crystallize? Oh, that didn't quite work. Well, wait for that to come back and just start blasting again. Okay. Oh. Let's keep on shooting. Decent enough range. Kinda. Huh? Oh. How did that stop you? Well, whatever. And that will kill. And that is friendship level 10 for Xilonen. Nice. And Xilonen Q point right on cue. The mountains echo with the rhythm of Xilonen's forge hammer, and the final echo fades. She's already long ceased her toil and found a sunlit spot for her afternoon nap. Cool. Now we don't have to try to figure out a weird team to use with Xilonen and Chasca and Auroron together, because they don't work all that well together. Well, there at least she's not going to get as many conversions on her bullets, and that does hurt things. Yeah, let's send in Chasca on weekly bosses and see how well that works. Not as good as a level 90, but this should still be fun. Okay. Thanks. Go ahead. Get to shooting. Thank you. And there you are. And here's our shell. Nice. Again, some limits. Okay. And one more shot, and I think we avoided that shockwave just by being off the ground. Wonder if it could be jumped in that case. Alright. That said, I think I do I keep Xilonen in the party? 4 dailies just because she moves fast. I don't know. Anyway, let's collect these. Thank you. I think I just saw the inside of her head. That was unpleasant. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and fight. Bosses for this week. Right. Over. No, we do have fought him completely already. Furina, Bennett, Auroran, and Chasca. Checking some things out. Okay. Alright, let's get going. Yep, good enough team. Hopefully I won't take too many hits. We'll see. Alright. Oh, Bennett does not have... that might be a problem. Yeah, let's actually go and battery. People who need battering real quick. Penny. 2 fab holders in the party is a little amusing. What is nice is that with this team I can sort of sit in the Bennett circle and just shoot. Which is honestly really, really good for Phase 2 of OpApp when you gotta shoot all those other enemies. Okay. I do find it interesting that Ozda and Tartaglia both had 3 phases of their fights. Raiden is weird, but she arguably just has 2. OpApp has 3. It's interesting that there aren't a lot of weekly bosses with 3 phases, and 2 out of 3 of them were all in the first cycle. Okay, thank you. And we'll do it like this. Thanks. Get to shooting. Ooh, that's really capable damage. Okay, how about you come out? Thanks. Cool. That's good. Oh. Did not get a lot of energy back for Fiorina. Okay. Oh, well, that did it. That rock did it. And hopefully this will help with a good deal of the rest. Okay. And take advantage of that range and the hit scan. Fun. Okay. And here we are. Let's go for the big blast, and that is legitimately a really good situation for her. That's pretty nice. Okay. Finally found the use case, I guess. Thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead. And let's do it. Almost. Well, one more barrage, and there we go. Cool. Hop off, so recharge. Let's get going. Go on the ground. We will iframe this hit. And thank you. Go ahead. Get your right soul. Here we are. Thanks. Keep going. Not as crazy as Milani, but... And imagine, this is her before even being at level 90. The reactions, which normally contribute a good amount of her damage, are basically doing nothing. Because of how important levels are for transformative reaction damage. This is good. To be fair, you would generally expect any team with Bennett and Fiorina to be good. We got 3 more OpApp mats. How many more are left? We need 1 more, I think. And then I don't have to fight OpApp anymore, period. Crazy to think, given that this has been going for about 1.5 years. It's about as long as boss mats run for. Do need to get energy back for relevant parties, though. Alright. Additionally, yeah, not a lot of more at all. Yeah, even with an energy recharge stance instead of an attack stance, she's doing well, though to be fair. Bennett's presence definitely makes that a bit easier. Okay. Yeah, that did not do all that much. Go ahead. Here we are. Let's go fight the whale. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. It is nice that Fiorina is here too. Break the shields, but it's the fact that we've got a rainbow DPS going on means this team is maybe not going to have the same high highs as other teams, but it's generally always going to be pretty good. Even for things that are immune to one of its elements. Or in the case of Andrea's, multiple. Yeah, cryo and animo immunity. It's very, very early game. Okay. Thanks. And we're coming out next. Okay, come on. Thank you, and... alright, that was an issue. Ooh, hit scan's an issue. Where are you next? Alright. You know, will this hit? It will. Very, very... Well, it will also just kill her. Okay. Well... You never know until you die. Did really good damage, though. That is quite impressive. Okay. Let's try to not get killed. Yeah, the fact that those are all hitting is honestly very impressive. Thank you. Don't have to use a skill or anything. Yeah, Chasca's squishy. I am more than a little worried about what. More than a little worried about what? Okay, yeah, okay. Now this is certainly something. Okay. Okay. Yeah, fragility is an issue with this team for sure. Okay. Well, we can just wait for that to come back, I suppose, but still. It's just going to be a matter of running away until I can just kill with Numusia, maybe? It's funny. That is Furina's contribution, I suppose. Alright. That said, it might still be good to restart the fight. Maybe. Maybe. It's taking some time for them to come back like this. I guess I could just stall until I could revive both of them, maybe? I guess. Okay. Oh, I should be having my heals up. I legitimately forget rather often that Furina even has healing. It's just so rarely relevant. Okay, and it's not that good. Okay. That's gonna take 2 minutes. Great. Okay. Luckily, these attacks are easy enough to avoid, but still. Yeah. I'm not gonna have an easy time just killing Furina. But I do find it interesting giving Fontaine Furina's whole healing aspect. Just how much damage the shadow deals. Thank you. Just gonna wait for that to happen again. Seems to happen about twice a minute. Oh, okay. Go ahead. No healing needed. But, yeah, even at level 80, still getting really good damage out of Chasca. I like that. Said again, even though she is somewhat reaction-based, I don't imagine we'll get all that much more damage from leveling her all the way, but still. Every little bit helps. Okay. What I do find interesting is that we still have no real explanation on what this shadow is specifically. But to be totally honest, the best bet is probably some kind of Sertologi, given that Sertologi is explicitly the Knight of Extreme Evil. Oh, we actually have a tiny bit more. Okay. Well, so we can wait for one more transformation. Break your Numusia cocoon again. But again, it's interesting to think of what the war reasons, if any, may be that... Oh. both imaginary and quantum can interrupt what the whale does. Okay. Thank you. And here we are. Get that healing up. That's good damage. Thanks. Shoot. Another shot, and fish with the shells. Cool. Thank you. Oh, but I think that might have been Oron actually killing with that one last hit. Because all the actual elemental shells kind of went off on their own. Okay. Time for Arla. That is probably going to be rather tough with this team. It's pretty squishy already, and the situation is not going to be helped by Furina's Drain. Okay. Again, it is nice just getting good damage at her. Could say power creep, but still. Because of the Night Soul damage, that's right. Okay, issue overload. Thank you. Thanks. And that's max charge again. Let's go and fight her. Right over here. I am having fun with these new characters. Okay. Go ahead. So this all works. Okay, thanks. Oh. And here we are. Oh, we went totally over that side slash. That's funny. Okay. Healing is good. Go for a big ol' shot, and... Okay. Ooh, uh-oh. That ain't good. Okay. Oh my goodness, that killed him. Well, whatever. This should still be okay, hopefully. We still make use of his Electro, which is good enough, I suppose. And... oh, what do you know? You can just totally stay above it. That's nice. Oh goodness. I probably need to heal up a bit with food. I don't have a lot of things that are not character related right now. That's a shame. Alright, and here we go. Toss. Okay. Okay, thanks. Go ahead and let's get a little bit of healing on you from your own heal. Okay. Shoot. And yeah, most of the attacks are completely missing because of how high up I am. That's fun. Okay. Should be decent now. Okay. Dodge and... nice thing is, we'll be able to heal up a good number of things, and thanks, and try that again, and cool. Now we're up high. Where are you going now? We can just blast you down, that's good. Healing, healing. And that totally stopped you. Oh my goodness. She's actually just busted. Well, again, to be fair, you would expect strong performance out of this team, but even still. Can I just 2 this time? Not especially good. That's trash we can part with. Right. Let's go and heal up. They're fun fights. In a way, she is a bit like Nuviette, but not tied to hydro damage. In the sense of just very maneuverable during combat. Doesn't have to worry about a lot of things that other characters do. Okay. Let's get all of this back. And, yep. The ER stands definitely help. Let's try her one more time against you. Do have some Night Soul and Aura Runes still. That might be an issue. Though, of course, Chasca is very, very single target locked in a way that all of the other Natlan characters really weren't. So it makes sense for it to be good here. Because being an all-purpose boss killer is the one thing she really can do. Alright, and start shooting. Good damage. Damage. Go for the shells. Here we are. Okay. And that barely missed the kill on its own, but still not bad. I will say, nicest thing with this team is probably just how reliably it gets burst up. That Auron does nicely restore energy for a lot of other characters who need it. Thank you. And there we have it. So I suppose now it's time to just go and do Natlan things. To be fair, I do also want to strongbox some of the trash we've accumulated. Cones do help. He doesn't need help with that, especially when he's got 5. It's a decent one. Especially since Chasca just wants attack, mostly. Or agnostic damage percent, but that's rare. But of course that won't do much because Chasca wants single target. Not awful. Yeah. It is interesting that despite Auron being very multi-target and Chasca being very single-target, he is still arguably one of her best teammates. Okay, and it's really funny just how much energy recharge he's getting from all this. Well, I am not going to complain about crit rate. Cool. We can definitely get rid of some of those, grab some space for stuff from treasure chests, and Iridescent is always good. How much can I afford to throw away? That's nothing special. Doesn't even have a flat HP substat, and generally for HP circlets, I want to make sure they've got energy recharge. Okay. Yeah, we can clear out a decent amount here. Not to say too much, but yeah, I do need VV set ready for other individuals. It is fun how Viridescent has stayed competitive throughout the whole game, really. Petra is arguably okay again, because Xilonen can use it if you have someone else using Cinder City, but at that point you're kind of overstacking on certain kinds of buffs. Okay. Right. Much to think. Okay. Hard to say what's going to be good. No. No. Yours always good. Okay. Clear one more spot with some of those. Okay. Again, I do find it funny that they've given us 2 ways to mark artifacts as good and no dedicate way to mark them as bad. That could be an okay off-piece. Maybe. Either way, gotta go back to Sulfurous veins now, actually. Right, I do want to check real quick if there's anything of note in the area previously occupied by that Leyline Blossom. Again, probably not, but let's go to check. Thank you, and yeah, it is a completely empty spot. It's actually quite nice of them. Again, they haven't had anything in Leyline spots for literal years, but I still feel very compelled to check. Okay, there's a challenge over there. That's actually gonna get picked up by Treasure Compass while in Sulfurous Veins. Maybe we should actually do that one now. Okay. Oh, it's up over that way. Okay. What kind of challenge is this going to be? In the chest in 25 seconds. Okay, don't mind if I do. Cool. Ah, you're meant to grapple there. It's basically a receiving pad. Okay. Ignited Adventurer. Yeah, there was a Spirit Sconce with a Yunkosaur right over there. It's meant to be grapples. Ignited Adventurer completes 6 open world time trial challenges in the Basin of Number Flames, Tequemecan Valley, Coatepec Mountain, Tequemecan Springs. Yeah. Mana 2, Treasure Hunter, and Adventure ones are the only ones we can really do right now. Well, also this. But statues and the tablet are inaccessible, and I'm not going to be feeding anything to the statue until I can feed it all the way. At least all the way within a patch. I missed that chance with the last patch. Okay, let's go over here. And... oh, and it's pointing me to the Shrine of Depths. I really should have seen that coming. Let's get up top. I've already been up here. There was just a luxurious chest. Okay. Treasure from that. Cool. So this is basically finished. Did I do this? I think I did. But... let's try seeing what's here then. Yeah, this is relatively familiar. Seems that way. Oh well. Okay. And now you're visible. Come on. Thanks. 1, 2. And bites. Bite again. One more bite. And you can do it. Yeah, that's fine. No chests or clues nearby. I do feel like running along the edges of these cliffs on the crystal that normally block me off. Well, the cave stuff over here. few Saurian claw succulents. Mushrooms. Those guys are back over there now. Okay. We have a Tequemecan. Stay on the outside and then go back through these caves to see if there's anything here again. Bet there's going to be something in here eventually. There are a few weird switches when I went back there before. Maybe. Who knows? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Oh my goodness. That was ridiculous. Back on the... We are not back on the surfboard. Okay. Oh my goodness. You're gone. The other one is decidedly not. Well, guess we can... I was gonna say we could set you on fire, but you teleported back up here a little faster than we would have liked then. And where are you? Where are you trying to go? Okay. You wanna fight me, fight me. Just actually do it. Right, and there's that Geowild. The standing stones, not my problem right now. Okay. And now it... Where is that Saurian? Now you're over there. But I can't really throw anything at you. Seems that you void out whenever I see you. That is really, really strange. But you're not actually getting back up here, are you? It's gradually moving around, but if I get close to it, it just disappears. But it is trying to make its way back to its original spawn point. You can do it. I'm waiting for you. I'm going to kill you when you get back, but I'm waiting for you. Enemies by ledges are always interesting. Oh well. Okay, now we can actually take you on. Hi. Let's try to get you gone before you manage to get home. Sorry. There we are. Vindication. That took altogether way too long. Okay. And even if we can't climb, we can still vault there. Oh, you have no idea. I fought the 3 bosses I still fight. I fought Opap, the Narwhal, and Arla with Chasca. She did really well. She's basically a devoted boss-killing character. She can't do anything really other than single target, but she does single target real well. She's only at level 80. I don't have the mats to get her to 90 yet. I did some damage testing. Her best team, at least at C0, is Furina, Bennett, Oron, and her, of course. It's a good team. I actually have her with an energy recharge Zans because she has some trouble getting her burst back otherwise because she's on rainbow teams. In single target, I'd say so. Because Nuve is not single target limited. He can do pretty well in low multi-target situations. He's kind of like an Ayaka in that sense. Chasca is basically single target only. She'll target multiple enemies at once, but she really wants to be in single target. This is just her best team. Well, at higher con levels, she can be used with Xilonen, and it works well for her. But with this is how you do it. And I do find it amusing that she just barely does not score the kill. Yeah, because her whole deal is, if you know or if you don't, she wants rainbow teams. Just 3 different other swirlable elements. And her con levels do change that. That's fair. I don't want to say too much about Mabuko leaks, because the Hoyo ninjas might get me. But she does look fun, even if there are arguably some power creep concerns relating to how her kit works. Or at the very least, what it is good for. You know... Fair enough. Thank you. Just in case I didn't know already. Yeah, but what I'm doing right now is just going back through the ruins, because I actually got Tequemecan to 100 yesterday. Just trying to get those exploration rewards before I miss them all, and this is a nice chance to just go through and... Yeah. I haven't gone to it yet, because I'm saving it for after I fully complete 5.0's exploration, because of all the computer crashes last patch prevented me from getting fully here. It looks really big, and it is pretty big, but a lot of it is water. The area over here, Natlan, is kind of like Natlan's Enkanamiya, which makes it funny that they released it relatively quickly. Well, the main reason is that I use pins to demarcate the boundaries of each map area, so that when I'm going for 100% exploration progress, I have a better idea of where is where, so to speak. But now that I'm back in 1.5.0 areas, putting characters based on those areas back in. Okay, just see. The flying squirrels are in... have you done 5.1 yet? Have you done 5.1 Archon Quest yet? I will say, in my opinion, it is the best sort of middle part of a Archon Quest chain. Though, to be fair, they introduced another middle part here, even though it's an interlude instead of being actually numbered. What is... oh, okay. I don't want to spoil it, but it is really, really good. What I will say is, for better or worse, it does look like Yansan's going to be a 4-star character, which makes it really interesting, because when the volcano comes out, okay, who's going to be the character who's associated with the Travel Chronicle then? Because we don't know any other Collective of Plenty characters other than her, period. But the main thing is... well, it's 5.1 related, so I can't say too much, but basically they're little sort of mini pseudo-achievements that come when you beat certain quests in the world and certain Archon quests, and the ones associated with the Archon quests tend to be related to 4-star characters like Oro and Kachina, and the 5 stars, of course, have their own related to the Travel Chronicle. And Yansan's is related to the Archon quest, which does seem to suggest that she's going to be a 4-star, which, among other things, just raises the question of, okay, then, who's going to be the character who's associated with the Collective of Plenty Travel Chronicle? Not to burst your bubble, but it's actually a month and a week. Stay strong. Yeah, it is really crazy that we don't actually have the drip out net. This is gonna be that dumb joke people make of, I haven't showered since last year. Right on New Year's Day. Okay. But technically we're not even supposed to know who comes out in 5.3 yet. You know, it's an open secret for a number of reasons, but though, to be fair, I think part of it is probably, given how similar Mavuka is to Murata, the point may be basically... yeah, exactly. You haven't showered since last year. But, given how similar she is to Murata, I think some of it might be sort of leaving the door open based on whether or not, in terms of whether or not she's going to die during the Archon quest. Because the main thing with original Honkai Murata is just, she dies. Both in Honkai 2 and Honkai 3, Murata dies. Honkai 1 was literally just Kiana. And it was only Honkai retroactively, but in both Honkai 2, aka Guns Girls Z, if I recall correctly, as well as Honkai 3rd. The main thing is just, if there's Murata, she's going to die. Which raises questions about Star Rail Murata, and though to be fair, arguably, the fact that... Well, have you seen leaks? You've seen leaks? Again, the question is, of course, whether we'll get anyone who is sort of Xbalanque, as in Xbalanque and not just Malvika or Traveler. Because Malvika is... his successor is Archon, and the Traveler is probably his successor's Chosen of Dragons. Not to say too much, but sort of yes and no. In Pyro Traveler having Night Soul, yeah, and, you know, for legal liability purposes, assuming Pyro Traveler has Night Soul, which, well, pretty obviously yes. If Pyro Traveler is Night Soul, that just means Pyro Traveler can hold Cinder City, and therefore give Pyro bonus, which is good for Malvika, being presumably a Pyro character. But other than that, it's not a dedicated support kind of situation. It's not even a sort of Fiorina and Nuviet work really well together situation. It's just anyone who can trigger a Pyro-related reaction and hold Cinder City is going to be good for Pyro characters. And how much pity do you have saved up? My question is really, have you seen anything about her new movement mode? Because again, not to say too much, but okay, that's good. Yeah. My question is mainly, the only time I've ever gone in for, and you were there, gone in for a character weapon was Arla, because it actually changed significantly the way her animations played out. Okay, that's a cook pot. I'm wondering if Malvika will have anything similar, or maybe Capitano. Just, you were the one who encouraged me to go in. But just who the next character might be who actually... Oh, there's something on the wall. That's interesting. Has some kind of special animation for their signature. That was good to get. Random chest. I have partially thought about slightly getting into HSR just to play the Fate event next year. But honestly, I'm not sure how worth it I consider it. And even if I had to absolutely do it, I would probably just borrow someone's account, quite frankly. Okay, how would I break those spikes? I know that some of them can be broken with... Okay, that'll work. Okay, you can just break them with any kind of blunt. Interesting, okay. So the explosive barrels are a good way to do it, but also just blunt attacks in general. Does mean Kinich use case. Fun stuff. Come on. Okay. Blow them all up, and that did not work. Oh, interesting. So they show up under Elemental Sight, but that does not actually make a difference. Maybe the Tepet with swords alone can do it. What about it specifically? There's a guy I kinda know who is a really big Wuwa Glazer, largely, frankly, out of contrarianism. And the attitude he has about things is amusing, to say the least. Oh, goodness. Come on. But the one thing is, and this is something people have brought up whenever people have compared them, is that, for better or worse, you can say that the game needs time to sort of grow up in order to be considered a real competitor. And they mean that in the sense of it's unfair to hold Wuwa to Genshin standards right now, a game that came out shortly ago versus a game that has been going for multiple years. But in a purely economic sense, you can only say that so much. Because the laws of the market, for better or worse, don't care about that. Wuwa is still competing with 3-year-old Genshin, a game that's had 3 years to get its feet, even if that's quote-unquote an unfair comparison. The one thing I will say is that what I always hear is that the game's story just massively overcorrected for the worse. In that, in beta, it was all everyone kind of hated you and thought you were weird. And then they rewrote it to... Oh, okay, so it's been about roles. Okay, interesting. But I guess the question is, what has their 5-star release schedule been like? Have they had any multi 5-star patches yet? 'Cause that is part of what makes generosity matter. It's all in comparison to the characters who come out, because HSR is a lot more generous, quote-unquote, but it also usually has multiple 5 stars per patch. Yeah, in that case, whenever you evaluate generosity, quote-unquote, you have to do it in the context of how many characters are they putting out who are meaningfully hard to roll for? And to be fair, which ones are really desired? But the big thing is that they just had total whiplash, from what I heard, between the characters hating you and... That's the big thing I have heard, yeah. Just guaranteed weapon roll. That does make a real difference. Though, to be fair, I don't really roll for weapons anyway most of the time, so it wouldn't make a huge difference for me. The main thing for me is just... The art style and setting are very, very different, and I do tend to prefer Genshin's in that, for better or worse, I do like how the characters are sort of super deformed, quote-unquote, and have, I guess, a bit more of a cute aesthetic. Because Wuwa, it's all Code Geass noodle people, and there are people who like that. Oh, yeah. There are people who like that, and all the more power to them, but it's not my personal preference. But, as I was saying... Oh, goodness. It's also just a lot less colorful from what I've seen. And again, it's a matter of personal preference. It's legitimate, but... The reason I've stuck with this game so long and so far is because I like what it does. I like that it stayed relatively consistent with what it does. That I can expect more of the same might be a more negative way of putting it than I would like. But it's improvements to the same formula and occasional variety. I do like that they have a good number of minigames coming out. Because one thing I've heard with Wuwa is that pretty much all of its events are just combat events. Which... Oh... As in just the dialogue isn't written well and the story gets kind of boring, or flat voice acting, or... What does that mean specifically in this context? I'm interested. But as I was saying... the tonal whiplash between characters hating you in the pre-release and characters absolutely worshipping you, from what I've heard, is just really weird. Oh, that would surprise me, because that would be absolutely scandalous if it happened. But it wouldn't surprise me if they just kind of cheaped out and had bad voice direction, or just, frankly, not particularly good voice acting. But as I was saying, main thing is... And I think you can kind of tie it into the fact that they were competing with this game, which is 3+ years old going on 4. Fair. Which characters do really like the Traveler and think they're cool, but that's because they have a legitimate reputation and plot. It precedes them. That when the game first came out, people were a bit suspicious. Not to an inordinate extent, but they didn't know you. They didn't know what your deal was. But eventually you got a reputation and people were just, oh yeah, it's that guy, cool. But it's something that had some narrative build-up. It wasn't just totally out of nowhere, and it took time, which is, again, very, very different from how I've heard Wuwa approaches it. And it... The one thing I will always respect in a game is consistent artistic vision. Just, even if I don't necessarily agree with it, to have an uncompromising vision, and of course you always have to bow to market pressure sometimes, and you need people to like your game to at least some extent to stay afloat, but it's just, they have an idea of what they want out of the game and why, and generally their goal is to stay true to that vision. Because every now and then, that's fair. But like I said, I think if you're looking into character writing, and again, what we were talking about with just sort of narratively unjustified player worship, to say it like that, I think a lot of that might arguably be an attempt to compete with the built-up reputation of the Traveler in this game, even though it kind of compromises the narrative, arguably. And that it's one thing to be a hero with built-up reputation in the narrative, it's another to be one without. And that it's a different approach, different way of doing things, and okay, there was a Hierarchulus over here, I think. Saw one pinging. I need to check that out. Okay, it's somewhere down here. Where is our drop-down going to be for that? Just over here, or... okay, it's just on this cliff face. So we can climb up and grab that. Interesting. But... wait, what? What just happened there? Oh, I think there are some tremors on the wall here. Okay. Again, I really do wish you could see the tremors. Okay, hold on. Even without being a Geo character. Oh, okay. And that will take us somewhere else. Interesting. But only be able to interact with him as a Geo character. Because it really does make things a bit more confusing than I'd like. Yeah, sometimes I do feel kind of lonely. In the sense of being someone who enjoys the exploration as exploration, the quests as quests. The reason I like this game is because it's sort of a Zelda and Dark Souls hybrid with a story with a tone sort of in between the two of those games. And of course, you have to have broad appeal to get real widespread success. But it does definitely mean that a lot of the people who like the game, for better or worse, like it for very different reasons. For better or worse. Let's blow up all these, just for fun. Hello there. Yeah, exactly. That... I like the game because the gameplay is good. It's very much a sort of devil's bargain in the sense that the amount I pay in is basically how much I need to pay to get, say, a subscription to Final Fantasy XIV for a year. It's actually a little bit less than that. And what that means to me is basically, if it was just a subscription service where you just got the character and their weapon every patch, and there was no gambling aspect, that would be fine. But the only reason they can keep up the ridiculous production values is because they have ridiculous whales pumping ridiculous amounts of money into the game. Nearby area is rich in solid forgets and crystals. Please be careful when moving through it. Okay. One thing that is really funny is that this fruity doctor guy, Baiju is actually, he shares his Japanese voice actor with the Japanese voice actor for Shadow the Hedgehog. No kidding. It's really funny, honestly. Because every now and then, I've been seeing some speedrun videos for stages in the new Shadow Sonic game recently, and a lot of people do put the Japanese voice acting on because they're even bigger weebs than me, someone who has the Japanese voice acting on for this game. And, okay, investigate. Okay, let's just read the sign again. Every now and then I just hear Baiju, or sometimes when I hear Baiju, I just hear Shadow. Oh, as in Blue Fates at some of the Ascension levels. We already got all the chests there, that's right. Go down and fight the parry boss. Fair, fair. What I do find really funny is that of all the things they actually kept, they kept the... Oh. They kept the single Primagem equivalent for reading a tutorial, which, when the game first came out, that's what a lot of people pointed to as basically, this is how you know the game is kind of, to an almost unexpired extent, just sort of copying Genshin. And that was something only Genshin really did. Although, to be fair, the game itself is... There are a lot of things that Genshin arguably did first in the genre, quote-unquote, is in just being a live service gacha with actually good gameplay, arguably. What I will say is that at Genshin's inception, it was very much, especially with Mondstadt, even though on launch it had Relay, which was not the same kind of Breath of the Wild ripoff. In terms of real mainstream success outside of East Asia, I would say so. But it's... I guess the question is sort of, what do you mean by big? Because they've always been pretty profitable. The question is just, do you mean mainstream recognition from gaming outlets? Because in that case, yeah, that's definitely the case. But I would say the first game, for better or worse, that really tried to be some kind of meaningful experience, even though it wasn't really in a gameplay sense, while also being gacha, was probably FGO, which I still do play a decent amount of, even though the English server is 2 years behind the original Japanese. But its gameplay can be interesting if you like turn-based. That's part of why I don't have much interest in getting the HSR, it's just I already have a turn-based RPG. But it's mainly just about the story content, that it is written like a visual novel, or I suppose an adventure game, quote-unquote. What is really interesting is that the phrase, the word visual novel, the term does not really exist in Japan. That it's really just... They have the dating sims and they have adventure games. And those combined encompass the games that Americans generally, or at least non-Japanese, would describe as visual novels. And it is interesting in retrospect, especially since you get a lot of... There was some game that was advertised in Nintendo Direct, which was sort of a jokey dating sim where you dated humanoid versions of objects in your house. Which, for various reasons, for better or worse, it's very, very difficult for there to be real unironic earnestness. Well, if you look at it from an economic perspective, what that tells you is that the game isn't really free. That they can only make money by gating significant parts of the experience or quality of life behind money. And in the end, I'm alright with it, because again, the time and energy and fun I get out of the game is, again, it's basically what I get out of, say, purchasing a subscription to an MMO. That's how I treat it. It's what I play instead of something like Final Fantasy XIV. But I also am not under the impression that the game is really a free game, if you catch my drift. And a lot of recent constellations have gotten to the point... Yeah. Have gotten to the point of sort of solving problems baked into the kit. And to be fair, I'm honestly alright with that in the sense that kit limitations are what make characters interesting. That Chasca's C1 might make it so that she can be run with, say, Xilonen or Farazan, and then only 2 crystallizable elements. well, swirlable elements that are here. All swirlable elements are also crystallizable elements. I've already done this challenge. I'm going to do it again because I'm in the area. But to be frank, the fact that Chasca is limited to rainbow teams at C0 is part of what makes her so interesting. That you run categorically different teams with her compared to other characters. Because that's, as someone who tries to get every character, that's how I see things. Rolling for a character is not just about the character, it's about what kind of team can I run now? Not just in the sense of reactions, because for a lot of characters these days, reactions are really more ways to get buffs instead of relying on the reaction damage themselves. If you don't have Xilonen, definitely get her next time. But it's sort of... The team I run for Arlecchino most of the time is Arlecchino, Yai, Fischl, and Chevreuse. And that team procs a lot of overloads, but the overloads aren't dealing the damage, the overloads are just to trigger Chevreuse's buff. Similarly, Auron gets some buffs and more damage procs when Electrocharge triggers, but he's not really making Electrocharge itself stronger, at least not without a degree of separation. And so Chasca sort of needs her rainbow team to function, but it's more because it's a kit limitation. But it still means running different characters, getting to see different faces, use different kits. I'm still okay with it. Well, the thing about Raiden is she's a hybrid in the sense that she spends a lot of on-field time in her best teams, unless you're running Hyper Bloom. That she might be more of a driver, depending on whether you're running Raiden National or Raiden Hyper Carry and how much damage your Xiangling deals in a Raiden National team. She's still an on-fielder. The real difference, I would say, is less between DPS and support and more on-field, off-field. I would say, and I hate to say it because I'm sure you've heard it a billion times, should definitely focus on getting Zhongling, Bennett, and Xingqiao together to try to build a Raiden National. Because it is just really, really good. This is the perfect dodge one, that's right. Dodge, dodge, and dodge. Get up to 3 and then 6. And nice. The character you use does not really matter much here, that's right. Oh, we did that rather incorrectly. Thanks. Oh. Here it takes exactly 9, that's right. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Yeah, he's just so good for almost everything. It's kind of dirty. Especially since, well, right, you're safe for Malvika, but Frina, Bennett, Chasca, Auron, or Fischl works too, arguably, but the fact that, well, Fischl does get a lot better with her C6, and the fact that Fischl's attacks are triggered by charges. And there we go. Such a fun challenge. I've done this a number of times on my own just for fun. It is interesting that... And then maybe... Some Animo would probably be good, but you could probably fit in Xilonen in there too. Especially since Xilonen also provides healing, and quite frankly, I would say Xilonen would be good there. But the fact that Bennett doesn't heal to maximum means that Xilonen's additional healing, even though it isn't crazy good, would be welcome on that team if you had durability issues. But I have tried a decent amount of Raiden Hypercarry, but frankly it relies both on Raiden Constellations and Sara C6. In retrospect, and a lot of people were kind of saying this when Raiden and Sara came out, Raiden Hypercarry was the first sort of true whale team. Because for it to be good, you really needed at least Raiden C2 and probably Raiden C3 and Sora C6. And to be fair, if you're going for Raiden cons on your first go-around, you were probably going to get Sora C6 along the way too, but it... Oh, right, they increased the limit to 40. Forgot about that. But, as I was saying, Sora's C6 was mainly just for hypercarry Raiden whale teams. That, especially at the time, what else could you really use it on? I guess you could use it on Electro Hypercarry Catching, and that joke writes itself. Fair. Yeah, they're not really necessary. At least for 5 stars. I will say that Xilonen C6 is good because it extends Pyronado uptime. Xingqiao C6 is actually worse than it used to be, which is interesting. Because Xingqiao C6 increases his Hydro App by a pretty decent amount by just adding more swords. And that's interesting, but it's arguably not always a good thing, because it makes him harder to use as a Hyper Boom carry. Well, as a Hyper Boom team member, because... Oh my goodness. It can mean that his Hydro App is too strong, get rid of Dendro App if you're trying to run Quick Boom. You'll get rid of the Quicken Aura, because Quicken Aura functions as sort of a special kind of Dendro. Meaning that if you have C6 Xingqiao, C5 and below Xingqiao is arguably the best sort of Quick Boom characters and maintain Quicken to do aggravates or spreads with the character, and then create Bloom Seeds with Hydro, but relatively slow Hydro to pop them as Hyper Booms and deal even more damage. So you'd run something like Nihida, Alhaitham, Xingqiao, and Shinobu, but since my Xingqiao is C6, I have to run Yelan instead. It's not that Yelan is bad. Yelan also boosts Alhaitham's damage, and given that I've got Alhaitham with the new Battle Pass sword, which is really, really good for him for a number of reasons, the team's still good, but in terms of just Hyper Boom damage, it probably would have been best if I had still had Xingqiao at C5. And it's not horrible, but still. And I don't imagine there are going to be any chests left here. There's actually one up top side. Again, it might be good to go and get rid of that chest, just to see whether anything else is around down there without having the compass poke at it. Yeah, it is a very good weapon, given that she is a character who needs energy recharge above all else. A weapon giving energy recharge is naturally going to be a very good option for her. But that's fair. I will say that the difficulty of her fishing is very overstated. It's like a lot of other things in the game. It doesn't take a lot of minutes, but it does take a lot of days. And what that means is that it has to be a secondary objective you handle while doing other things. It's just, you come back every now and then and do a bit of fishing. But it's not something you just go at forever. You can't do it all at once. Oh my goodness, complete whiff? Milani is still... Oh my goodness. Still kind of annoying. Okay, thanks. I do appreciate that she can still knock enemies, even though those collisions don't deal actual damage. Okay. Hot Spring Retreat marketing strategy. Yes and no. The one thing about her I really do appreciate is the fact that she's very good with Dia specifically. I like Dia, and I like Dia being usable. But a lot of her, and in beta, she did actually hard power group move damage-wise. But what I will say is that her clunkiness is arguably a way to balance her. The fact that she can kind of whiff, and that she needs to stay on enemies to avoid having her Night Soul deplete, ensures that she's not as ridiculous as she would be otherwise, and she's still really, really good. Because they don't release bad characters anymore, at least not on purpose. But she isn't ridiculous. And I think that's good for the health of the game. Thank you, and not all of you died. Okay. Thanks. And there we are. Let's get those items. Did any of those drop? That went all the way down there. They have explicitly said that they've been working on ways to make Millennia less clunky. But I think they also... They actually nerfed her damage along with that. Which more or less confirms that her clunkiness was always meant as a way to balance out her high damage. And we got that, and now there's nothing really around. No fishing spots down here, though I do know there are going to be at least some phlogiston lava fishing spots, which, again, makes this a bit like Fantasy Life, which is a game I miss greatly and severely. When the Switch Fantasy Life game comes out, I'm definitely going to have to stream that a good number of times. Though they did delay it, which came as a surprise to me. It is funny that, if you know what I'm talking about, it's... Fantasy Life is an action RPG game with... It's kind of like a single-player MMO in a lot of ways. It's got various crafting jobs in addition to combat jobs. You can make your weapons, make your armor, yada yada. It's something I played a lot in middle school. They're releasing a Switch sort of sequel version, or at least they were going to, and then it got delayed. It'll be really funny if it actually, given the delay, it might be to actually get a Switch 2 port ready, possibly, in which case I'd probably just get it on Switch 2. But nothing nearby. As I was saying... Oh, goodness. One of the things that I really liked about it is that a lot of the harvesting jobs, or as they called lives, had some sort of boss encounter that... For woodcutting, there would legitimately be boss trees. There would be weird, magical, legendary trees that would gradually regenerate health. You'd have to move around them to hit them in specific spots, and it wasn't all that complicated, especially compared to combat, which itself was honestly rather rudimentary, even if it was fun. But one of the things it did have was just the ability to fish for fish in lava. Also in clouds. One of the boss fish was a fish somehow swimming in a cloud. But when we got the lava stuff here... Yeah. And it was cool. Damage there was surprisingly low. But there was lava fishing, there was sky fishing and clouds. It was, in one sense of the word. I regret to inform you that I am not attracted to fish. But as I was saying... And there were weird and elemental ghost trees, and the really cool thing, for me, just in terms of appearance, was... They had these boss ore deposits. Most of them in caves, of course, for the mining, because there was mining, there was woodcutting, there was fishing. They're going to introduce farming... The mobile port, which was basically just a mobile microtransaction version of the original 3DS one, introduced farming as a life. Why are you calling me stinky? My hygiene is one of the few things I'm proud of. I can't believe you would take even that away from me. Actually, I can. Oh, and that drops out too. But as I was saying... They just keep dropping. Oh, and you can't climb that wall, you can't climb out, okay. But as I was saying, they introduced... Oh, this probably takes you back up now that we've done that part of the quest. Okay. They introduced farming in the mobile port, along with, I believe, I think it might have been artist. But I can't imagine there'd be some sort of boss crop to grow. Actually, that could be interesting. But back in Fantasy Life, there was food, there was a cook job. That's probably just a way to get food materials or something. It is interesting to think about. I am excited to see how it goes, and now that I think about it, yeah, it's probably going to be a somber release on Switch 2. Okay, come on. Get over here. Thank you, thank you. And come on, come on. Shoot, 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 shoot. It is really tough to fight things in water with characters we've got right now, and something else seems to be around the corner. Oh, it's just another Kaholosaur Whelp being annoying. Moani would be good to just go on the water, but of course, she's not going to be all that good at fighting things here. Actually, honestly, if we had Xilonen, that would be okay. But, okay, so yeah, we should switch to Moani and put her back in. So where is... Are there just no chests in here? Again, I do remember when I went in these ruins originally. So, which ones have you tried out besides Genshin? I'm curious. It's like I've said, I've really just played. I played Fire Emblem Heroes for about 3 days when it first came out, but other than that, it's just been this and Fate. It does not seem like there's actually anything past here. But it still shows up under Elemental Sight, which is bothersome. And it's showing stuff on the surface. Okay, it's right over there, which is... Right, because we are technically in the Basin of Unnumbered Flames right now. That is true. Oh, hello there. I was not expecting to run into you. Hello. And let's bite. Nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I've heard a lot of good things about Olympus. I think, even if I don't have the time for Olympus, when I hopefully have more time in the future, frankly, if that ever happens, it would be fun to try out Lobotomy Corp. Because at least that's self-contained. But some of the people... I knew some people who tried out Tower of Fantasy when it came out, and it seems to have crashed hard. It's kind of funny that I said, oh yeah, woo-wah Genshin killer, when, if anything deliberately tried to be a Genshin killer, it would have been Tower of Fantasy. Which, for better or worse, we all know how that one turned out. But, as I was saying... Its approach of letting characters use any weapon was an interesting idea, but from what I saw and heard, it just led to a lot of recycled animations. I'm just way too much of a sunk cost person to pick up anything else at this point. Because if I picked up anything else, I would end up having to abandon at least one thing. For a while, I just played FGO. Juggling this and FGO is bad enough already. To pick up a third game and having to decide between dropping one of the 2 games I've already played or dropping it is... I don't even want to think about it. For better or worse, and as someone who's actually had first-hand experience, you can disagree if you like, but everything I've seen of Hoda has just made them seem like a sort of cash grab, sort of... Trying to find a way to say this that isn't crass, sort of smash and grab kind of company. That... I wouldn't say that some of their games are kind of sent out to die. But... they seem to be a lot more fine with Tower of Fantasy kind of having died out than I would expect. In what sense? Okay. It's not as if any of the characters in the games are meant to not be liked. Okay. Anything else up here? This was just that lever. Okay, so we've gotten all the way through here. I guess we can go back down to the monolith place just to check it. The one thing is just... And this is steel manning them. Yeah, exactly. It's not weird to like a character. You can like a character in a weird way, but... There's nothing inherently wrong with liking cute aesthetics. As I was saying... The reason I like this game in particular is because... You know, even the characters who aren't necessarily meant to be cute first and foremost, they give them the Paimon portraits in the chat, and we just... Every character ends up looking cute at least somewhere, and I like that aesthetic. Even with... Heck, they did it with Capitano, even. They made Capitano look cute. Yeah, exactly. I like pretty much everyone. I roll for everyone because I like pretty much everyone. Okay, we've seen this already. Traore. Those were the Conria soldiers, yeah. Okay. Sanjata was the hero from... Oh, the Cataclysm, that's right. Okay. Oh, fair. The thing about Gaming is... He really is tied to Xianyun. I used him in Abyss a good number of times when he came out. But only with Xianyun. And frankly, not just Xianyun, but C6 Bennett too. To get more Pyro Infusion on his attacks, because otherwise you're just doing nearly useless Fizz normals, and the joke writes itself. And I enjoyed him, but as a 4-star DPS, he's going to be kind of high maintenance. Oh, hello, thank you for the follow, Cat Black VT. Oh, no, I like that. I like the Yai. I thought we weren't supposed to see Yai's fox form. Feels vaguely sacrilegious. Okay, and there is nothing new down here. Honestly, I wish you could at least refight some of the Conrian soldiers there, because we still don't have any location where the Rockbreaker Axe, Black Serpent Warriors just regularly spawn in the open world. It's a bit annoying. So the one part we have to go back and review, frankly, is... Talking like it's some kind of test, is... I want to go back through here. Don't think there... I like that. You might get a little mad at me for this. I use Yai a lot. You know what set I still have her on? I still have her on Thundersucker, which is okay. But Golden Troop has been out for years, and I just have not had the time or the resources to get her a Golden Troop set. And I use her with Arla, Official, Chevros. It's one of my best teams. And it would be even better if I put Golden Troop on her. I just have not had the time. Okay. But... Do you ever use her on-field? Because I have actually gotten a lot of use out of on-field Yai. It was some patches ago. It was back when... It was an Abyss with Ruin Serpent and the Wenut. Oh, as in on-field damage? Or as in not built for off-field? She's not necessarily bad for on-field. You can use her for Hyper Blooms and Aggravates, and quite frankly, depending on the team. So if I recall correctly, I used her with Nahida, Kanza, and Fischl. At that point, you're either using Nahida or Yai as the on-fielder. And Yai is the better choice because she's triggering Fischl's Ascension passive. And what artifact set does that mean? Does this mean account review? Am I hearing a desire for an account review? I've done it before. But, as I was saying, well, to be entirely frank, you can't go wrong with just crit rate and damage as long as you're getting burst back on time. Kole is okay. What Kole is specifically good for is, well, to be fair, you kind of outlived the period of Dendro being busted, because literally just this patch, in order to make Chasca good, back when Kaza first came out, they severely buffed the effect of Elemental Mastery on reaction damage. It's not a horrible team. What I would say is that, if you had Tartaglia's cons, and this might be a kind of silly thing to say, but when he gets to... Let me see. I know that when you get into C4, actually, he actually has some off-field capability. Yeah. Oh, so it's overworld. In the end, the nice thing about this game is that there is a lot of fun endgame content, but you don't have to engage with it if you don't want to. I like it. I enjoy doing everything the game has to offer. Though I will say my teapot does look a little uglier than I would like. Well, some of them. But you don't have to. That you can perfectly just explore and do quest content and roll for characters you like, and the game is not going to stop you. But I do appreciate that there is a lot of good endgame content in here. The big thing, and it really does fit Natlan being the nation of conflict, all the local legends they added around the world. Oh, nice! So, do you have all their name cards displayed now, or do you have one equipped? Yanfei is interesting. I used her a lot because she was one of my first characters, period, when I started out back in... That would have been 2021, I think. However, on Crimson Witch, the thing about Yanfei is her burst cost should not be this high. Because if you give her enough energy recharge to actually burst every rotation, her damage suffers. But I really do love Yanfei. When I first started playing, for a while my only real source of damage was switching between Lisa and Yanfei to proc overloads. I'm not kidding. And it worked pretty well for early game. And this was before Inazuma even came out, so it was fine for a while, but... Oh, okay. The Yanfei Forgetter. We will punish you for your crimes. Okay. Have been through here. We can see the pretty place, I suppose. Let's go into... Oh my goodness. The lava deals a lot less damage than I would expect. I would not cry. I would give you gentle and polite advice that you could choose to take or ignore. If you were interested in making your character stronger. No pressure. Okay, now I believe we can actually go through Saurian's side of the trial chambers. Oh my goodness. Yep, we can go through here. And still no chest here. I think, yeah, we'll go on to Coatepec after we go through here. This was a fun puzzle. Do you do Abyss? Yeah, as long as it works for you. But what I will say is that there is a big difference between damage per second and damage per screenshot, even though they're both abbreviated as DPS. Because that's why Eula kind of fell off. Well, there are a number of reasons why Eula fell off, but a big one is just... She was not a She was based around doing one big hit for fun screenshots. Fair. Again, a lot of it is just based on fitting characters into teams, what role you're using them for, and what that build is suited for. Well, once your characters get to a certain level of strength, at least in my experience, you start craving challenges like Abyss and Theater. What I do like about Theater is that it's a little easier in some senses in that the damage requirements aren't as strong, but you need more characters, but it also means that a lot of characters who aren't really as good, like Fremine and Xinyan, get a chance to shine just because you need more characters, and you're going to end up using those characters. Yeah, you don't have to rush. And to be entirely fair, even if you can't do 412, the rewards for doing the earlier 4s are still good. If you're interested in doing it, Abyss is still worth doing even if you can't clear 412 at all, or at least not clear with all stars. You know, I've been at the game for a while, and that's why I can do it relatively well. But it's still worth doing even otherwise. Technically, Mavica Motorcycle is not public information yet. We don't even have her drip marketing. But Mavica's gonna be fun. What I want to see is Capitano. What would be really funny is, and I'm sure you and everyone and their mothers heard about the Capitano Mavica ship, that it would be really, really funny if, not to say too much about Mavica's kit, but it would be really easy for them to work well together, no matter what Capitano's kit is like, as long as he's still cryo. You know, whether Capitano was on field or some kind of sub-DPS, they would still work together pretty well, and I find that amusing. But either way, Mavica? Okay, I don't care. Mihoyo doesn't even give Primagem rewards anymore. Mihoyo doesn't even give Primagem rewards anymore for streaming. They just give it for watching streams. They're not going to be watching. All I'm going to say is, she can do both. She has 2 versions of her E, one that basically lets her be sort of Dia Pro Max, as people have said, and one that allows her to be an on-fielder. She can do either, and do either pretty well. But other than that, that's mostly it. And to be fair, both of those are already really nice to have. Because off-field pyro is in very, very short supply. It does excite me, though. Guess we can work our way back through here. See what this is. Well, as an off-field pyro application for reactions like Reverse Melt or Burgeon or something like that, we don't have a lot of off-field pyro appliers. Because Bennett is really, really good, but his pyro application is not his strong suit. You're not running him for his pyro application. Over here, we've already been through here. This just raised that up. That's right. Dia and Xiangling. The reason people have so many Xiangling memes is that the only real off-field pyro applier other than Dia, and the only one period before Dia, was Xiangling. And to get her to work like that, well, that's just one application. I mean constant application, so that you can keep using, say, Reverse Melt with someone like Rathesli or even Ayaka. Because Baron Bunny will deal 1 hit or maybe 2 if you have 2 charges, but... And it's also very spatially limited. For the longest time, the best way to get off-field pyro application was just build Xiangling with a ridiculous amount of ER, because she can't really battery herself, because Globa's application is spread out over time. That you aren't really getting easy pyro application with her. With Dia, it's alright, but with Malvika, it's just you tap your E, you've got off-field pyro, and you can just melt off of that. The job's done. And Dia's okay. Dia's okay. But her damage isn't winning any prizes, and her defense is, yeah. Well, here's the thing. 5.3 is not introducing any new artifact sets. Which means Mavica, for Mavica, you either use Cinder City if you're running her as an off-field support, or you run her with Obsidian if you're running her as DPS. And that's how you do it. And that also means Citlali is Cinder City, and Lanyan is just Viridescent, which, again, is really funny that Viridescent has just maintained its dominance for this long, but it's how things seem to be going. Which is why I'm strongboxing Obsidian, actually. Oh, I did not expect that jump. Well, okay. What I would say... It's hard to say. Let's go over here. What I really like is that this staircase is very, very similar to the Kiln of the First Flame from Dark Souls. And, ooh, that will get us in fire, and, oh my goodness. Now we're stuck, because there was a lip around there to prevent you from falling in. Oh, and we kept taking damage. Nice. Mona just does not have good enough Hydro for Mavica to vape. With Mavica, you'd probably want something like Bennett, Xingqiao, and then maybe Kaze or Sucrose, someone to do Viridescent on Pyro. Generally with Mavica, I'd say it's just you run a standard reverse vape team. She can actually vape off of Furina's application alone. Furina doesn't have great application, but it works. Catastrophe's Edge. This is where we fought that Wolfwort, and this will take us to the funny place. And don't have a name. And the only way out is teleportation. Good stuff. Fair. Yeah, double Pyro does mean Pyro Res, and that's good, especially since the thing about Malvika is that she doesn't have conventional energy at all. She really wants to be run with other Natlan characters because Night Soul going up and down, well, Night Soul consumption as well as normal attacks hitting works well for her. What is interesting is that you can get all of her sort of special Natlan stacks for her burst with just Xilonen, because Xilonen will consume her whole gauge. But Pyro Traveler would also work if you want that resonance, but it's... Unless you're trying to have someone off-field, I guess maybe a damage-built Xingqiao or something, which joke writes itself. Vaporizing off of Pyro or something like that, you're not going to get that much out of multiple Pyro characters, unless I suppose you have maybe Pyro Traveler, Mavica, and then Xilonen and Kaze just to further boost Pyro and just run it as mono Pyro without reactions. That could work, but... Mavica isn't wedded to Xilonen. Haha, funny Yuri. But Xilonen is a really good teammate, because again, Pyro damage bonus and Pyro shred, and then just stacks of... It's called Fighting Spirit specifically, actually. Fair. In that case, what I'd say is, after Mavica, save for Xilonen. She'll come back eventually, and their synergy is pretty much unbeatable. It is interesting that this is completely... Can't use the compass in here, though this is some kind of hidden space. Interesting to think about. Much to think about. There aren't a lot of good shielders, honestly. Zhongli... Well, Sitwali exists. And Sitwali is good. Well, Sitwali will exist. What is interesting is that her shield is entirely based on elemental mastery, which is really, really funny as a choice. But... okay, let's go over here. Right, we can go on the Flamegranate Tree routes now. But... Sitwali's going to be a decent shielder. Probably not on Zhongli level, because... it is really funny, considering that Zhongli came out in the game's second patch. Well, second version, first patch version. But the fact that they can't really make a shielder who is unambiguously better than Zhongli is kind of funny. Something that other people have mentioned that I've chatted with people about is the idea of maybe a directional shielder. A shield that's stronger than Zhongli, but only works in one direction, maybe. That could be an interesting way to power creep him, but not really via making a side grade. It's interesting to think about. Alright. We've already been in here. There's nothing new in here. That's fine. And what do you know? It's our little friend. Oh, Theodorix. Roar. Roar XD. How are you feeling today? Roar, roar. Hey, Theodorix sure looks like he's in a good mood. Nothing new here yet. Probably get more little items to put in this little play area with a new quest this patch, but I can't do those yet. Toucher's Horn, Roar. Palm and Touch 2, I don't wiggle, you're taking palms. Palm. Oh, that... well, Beto at C1 or higher does have an Electro Shield. The Golden Designs, Roar. The Golden Designs you speak of are probably those iridescent inscriptions, though sometimes Palma can't see them where you say they are. Graru. No need if you start ruining, it's better not to see something. Sea ropes and travelers, you two be careful, okay? But... and Beto isn't really that strong a shielder, technically, though she does have damage resistance while her burst is up, which is nice. I haven't used her in a while, though. It's the bow we got from one quest, and the gemstone, and the alpaca statue from a couple of others. In that case, we can go into the roots of the Flamegranate Tree. It's kind of on the borderline between Coatepec and Tequemecan. Good as place as any. And now we are seeing stuff in here. Interesting to think about. You know... oh, well, Baiju is arguably kind of similar to that in that when his shield breaks, he deals damage. But that's mainly for the Dendro application rather than the damage itself. And it breaks on its own and refreshes after time anyway. So it's similar, but not quite the same. But I might have mentioned this before to you, but one really, really funny idea I had, and this was all based on the fact that New Viet and Furion work really well together. And I like how the Archon and Sovereign there have some kind of synergy. And so if, quite frankly, I'm not sure how they could have a Dendro DPS with better synergy with Nahida than Alhaitham already does, so I guess just they power creep Alhaitham hard or something like that. But my idea was essentially, okay, if they put out Ozda, who would probably be either a Claymore or, I guess, a Geocatalyst, probably have a slightly bigger model than normal, like Capitano does for the normal Tallmail model. One thing they can do, which would be pretty cool and funny, would be... wait, where is that one? Oh, that's up top of there. Okay. One thing they could do would be to give him specific synergy with Zhongli, somehow give him shield strength scaling on damage. Which means... Oh, there's a chest there. And that will lead right there. But what I mean is shield strength scaling on damage, meaning that since one thing Zhongli has in his kit, which is normally forgotten because it's normally not all that relevant, whenever you take damage, up to 5 times you get more shield strength, up to 25%, and also, if you have tenacity, you can boost shield strength from there. That giving Ozda shield strength scaling on damage would be a really funny way to make... Oh, really funny way to make Zhongli specifically good with him. Zhongli is pretty good at boosting shield strength, both from his passive and just carrying tenacity. And it would also allow him to use Retracing Bolide as maybe his best artifact set, which would be a really, really funny idea too. Or at the very least, just maybe even more directly, just bonus damage from how much shield HP he has. Which could also work there. I did not know there was... Oh, I did not know there was a chest right there. Good thing I checked. Because since Zhongli has a really, really high strength shield, that would also make Zhongli work really well with him. Heck, they could do both. But again, that all rests on the idea of, okay, they can make a playable Ozda human form, which, frankly, who knows if they would ever do that in the first place anyway. But it's a fun idea. But, as I was saying, it would be really easy for them to make Mavuka and Kapitana work together as long as Kapitana was still cryo. Because Mavuka can be an on-field DPS and an off-field pyro applier. Both of those would work. I can keep on going. A lot of grapple points around here. This was a fun area to go through before. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been what? 3 months since that was last year? Probably. Time has a way of passing. It's still only showing ones on the surface. It said this was the way we originally went through, and originally this was all water. Then it filled up with phlogiston. What I do find interesting is that in this segment, there are a few chests that are now completely under the lava, or would be if I hadn't gotten them before. And I wonder where the chests would have moved to otherwise, because when you do Seirai Island's quest, there are some chests and rocks floating around here, and then when you create the arena for the Thunder Manifestation, those rocks all converge into here, and the chests end up falling down to the water. You can still get them if you miss them. I'd say decently. I actually have her on Deepwood for Kinich. But that's how we do it. She's not doing any damage, really, but her defenses are alright. In the end, you level her skill if you want her defense, but it's really just, you're building her for that Pyro App, because there aren't a lot of other good ways to get Pyro App. Oh, and this is also still Tequemecan. Interesting. I have not. I don't think. Which... Right. Fair. If you need any help, you can take it. What I would say is that Gravestone isn't bad, actually, because you can use that to buff the party. But generally, I run her with either Favonius or Sack Sword. I mean, Sack Greatsword, and have a decent amount of crit built on her so she can help battery the party a bit more. The HP is good, but yeah. Generally, you would want to run her with either Tenacity or something like Deepwood. Depends on the party for her, mostly. Alright, we can just Flamegranate you. That's fun and all. And oh, right, that just kills. Fair. It's not horrible. It's not a bad way to do things. And I'm sure you've experienced this a number of times, but the one thing with riding is that, and to be fair, they kind of fix that via... Oh. I did not mean to do that. Well, actually, we can take them all out. Thank you. But, oh my goodness, why couldn't I punch? Fair. But as I was saying, the thing with Dia is she's a utility character, and you can build her for burst damage, but the only way you're really getting burst damage on her is, well, you want to run her with Emblem, because that allows her to, one, get her burst back better because she's very energy hungry. It does not help that a lot like Razor and Zhao, she does not get any particle gen during her burst. But primarily, well, it also just boosts the burst damage itself, but you also need someone to actually reliably apply Pyro. I mean Hydro for her to vape in that case, and really in that case it's basically just Kokomi. Or of course you can just have her gradually whittle enemies down. That works too. Alright, we got this going right here. Let's just pull these switches. Fun. Oh, that's right, and we don't really have to bother too much with the switches now, because Kinich can swim, because if you're doing this with Yumkasaurs, you've got to be cognizant of the fact that the Yumkasaurs can't, and they can only jump so much in the first place. I have not checked them. I'll check them. Let me see. Oh, right, you're on now. Good amount of... I'm sure I've said this already, but get Sapwood for him, ideally. It's got good energy recharge. It's pretty much indisputably his best 4-star option. Noblesse and... Okay, Yarsan's good. Okay, that should help with energy. But even still, just... Not bad. Yeah, this is a pretty good way to run Jean. I will say, should probably build a bit more crit on her for the sake of ensuring that Fat procs. Because otherwise you could get in trouble with that. Okay, and... Oh, I think there were a few more. We have to pull all the levers in the time we have. That's right. Yep. Otherwise, they will go down. Okay. Pull. Actually, there are just limits to that. Okay. We have to actually grapple over, I think. Jean is an interesting character in certain senses. In that, I guess that question would be, okay, are they rank her based on personal damage or healing capability? Because there are just a lot of ways to decide whether Jean is good, or a Jean is good. Let's go ahead and vaporize this barrel. Thank you. Cool. Oh, that's less damage than I would have expected, honestly. Okay. Thanks. I did not mean to do it like that. Okay. Wish there was a way to stop Nightsoul transmission. Okay. And another. This is a funny way to do things, that's for sure. Fair. Yeah, Akasha... I have never actually bothered with Akasha. Among other things, comparison is undeniably the theft of joy. And it's hard enough to be happy in this world already. The important thing for me is that my characters work for what I need them to do. Though that said, if I recall correctly, you can actually basically forcibly rank people's stuff on Akasha as long as their friend code is known and their character's stats are displayed, so if someone wanted, they could check for me and then force me to know, but I'm not gonna go find out on my own. Alright, alright. Just see. My question is, what else is down here? Okay, we got Mora rocks and, Mora parcels, and this is, yeah, it's Coatepec now. Xilonen can break this easily. Oh, there was another thing to pull. And what is that going to do? This... Oh, it makes it go up. How high? Oh, there's even more up there. Interesting. Will you come back down now? That keeps it up in the sky, it seems. But it will go down on its own once this retracts, I think. As it slowly goes back. It is really, really nice. What I will say about the ability to... Can't do that from there, so we gotta time that. Okay. What I really like about the ability to locate specialties in the world is the fact that it doesn't obviate the need for characters who have the ability to locate specialties. It actually just makes them better. And what do you know? There's a random luxurious chest here. Nice. In the sense that when you... That required... Well, it didn't require Children of Echoes. It's just that those rocks are easier to break with Children of Echoes. You could just use Kinich to break it too, because he's a claymore. But it sends you to the area, but to see the exact locations, you still want to have a character who shows the exact location. Just makes them even better. Fair. But the way I do it is just... Oh... Using this collection prompt, but we've already collected all of the accessible ones. That said, tomorrow I should be able to actually get Chasca and Oregon to 90, which means tomorrow I think I'll actually be doing Abyss and Theater with them too. Which does excite me. Because Chasca is just really, really good. But I do actually also need more money for them. More to level their talents, because they are kind of low. Well, in the sense that I do not have enough more to get. Okay, this spot has the wrong music. As you can see, I just don't have a good amount of Mora. I couldn't get all of them to 8 right now, which I would want to do. That said, I don't need to level up as normal, but I always like to level up all talents together, even though some of them are objectively kind of useless. Okay. That will take us down to Geothermal Surge, which isn't really much over there, but still interesting. And this does let me get back up top, more or less, even if I don't really need to. So what I do want to go down to is just right, Geothermal Surge. Okay, cool. I do appreciate him basically being Spider-Man. Though I do wonder what... if we'll get any more signs of the Canopy characters anytime soon, and if so, whether we might get a 5-star or a 4-star. So we've already got him as a 5-star, so I'm wondering, they gave us a 4-star. Quite frankly, how would they make the grapple worse? That's what I'm thinking. Just slower, maybe? Yeah, those ones aren't too hard to find. It is nice. And I think there was an Oculus around here somewhere. If I recall correctly. There's a chest up there. Up top. What if I tried to get on top here? Either way, we've got good progress on Coatepec. I think that with good hustle, I could clear out the remainder of progress in Coatepec. It's frankly rather small. Okay. What is going to be up here? What if we went on top of this blue flame granite? The answer is seemingly nothing. Okay. Yeah, there are no prompts for an Oculus around, unfortunately. Cool, cool. Thank you. Let's do this. Oh, okay, so there are more sigils there now. Wonder what spawned them initially. Nothing nearby. There we are, and apparently dropped a bit into the lava. I don't quite like that. Do have spinel fruit here. It does not seem like there are any lava fishing spots. It's kind of sad. Let's grab these, and can they? You cannot get seeds for them. Okay. Makes sense, but still. Alright. Anything else? Might have been something here before. I think there was a chest in here, but again, it's been months since I was last here. Then, do I want to do this? This just goes back around to the surge. Okay. Thank you, thank you. What is that? Oh, there are a few ores in there. Yep, that's what got submerged before. I wonder if the chest would just be floating then. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to do it if necessary. Okay. Let's just see. What might be on the ground level here? Well, actually, lava level here. Thank you. Cool. Cool. Thanks. Thank you. Doesn't seem like much of anything to be expected, but still. Alright. So you get to see all these big bubbly flamegranates growing in lava, and that is kind of nice. Of course, we got the time limit on that. Comes back around, and this is how we normally get into the lower level. Right. Okay. It is interesting how there were just ruins in here for some reason. Yeah, this does seem to be it for the cave, but we got an Oculus. That was nice. And a random luxurious chest that was there for some reason. Okay. It really does make me wonder what kind of gimmicks Natlan is going to have, and whether it's going to be movement-oriented in the same way. Because if they made movement gimmick-oriented characters whose entire point was just doing the same thing again, but you need to roll again because, well, what do you know? This is Natlan, and Natlan stuff isn't usable here. I think it would go over like a lead balloon, and there would be a suitably unsatisfied response from the fan base. But other than that, I think an easy way would be maybe something delusion-related, if not delusions themselves. Though, to be fair, I'm not sure how that could work other than just the HP drain mechanic that we've already got with Fontaine. So the only thing we've really got left today is this area around here, which, well, there is a tiny amount of Toyok, kind of. But I think I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, because I need a quick bathroom break. Thank you. Be right back. The funny thing about Xilonen, I saw someone say, just looking during my bathroom break at a forum post, someone basically say that, thank you, Xilonen is a walking artifact set and would be nothing without Cinder City. But the funny thing about it is that she can use Petra. Cinder City's better, but mostly just because the damage bonus is a bit bigger. Oh, nice. You got sushi? What kind of sushi is it? It's been some time since I've had sushi, but I'm actually more of a sashimi person. In the sense that I like it with the fish alone a bit better than the fish with rice. You might call this a bit silly, but it's true. Okay, we can go around here now. There's a little bit of Coatepec that is kind of in Tequemecan. This'll work. Spicy salmon's good, and... Is it real crab or imitation crab? That sounds a bit like a California roll. And I've had those before. Oh, interesting. Okay, now that I think about it, yeah, avocado crab is, or the real crab, is a thing. It's, again, it's been a while since I've had a real sushi. Because every now and then I'll get sashimi, which, again, is just basically sushi without the rice. Because good fish, good raw fish, has good flavor, and it's not like the rice is bad, but if you really want the flavor of that raw fish, you want to just have that fish by itself, maybe with a little soy sauce. Now, I would not call myself a sushi snob. I haven't earned that right, but I do have some preferences. Oh, and there's a target up there. Nice. Oh, but we can't hit that. We're on the map. Can I hit that? Oh my goodness. Guess I need to go back a bit. Oh, in that case... What I think that might be is... There's the chest. Nice. I like all those graffiti arrows. Okay, that is still Tequemecan. Next to... I know that there's one of them that is inside one of the pillars. That there's a pillar that you have to climb up and get inside of, and the Animalculus is inside? There's also one that, quite frankly, the contoured map on here is not very useful. There's also one that's just on an island with a couple of Eyes of the Storm. Okay, that one, there's a monument you have to activate, if I recall correctly, and it activates a bunch of wind rings you can glide through that sends you up into the air to get it, or you could just probably glide from all the way up top, if you have enough stamina. And you probably do. But it would be a pretty silly way of doing that. Okay. Okay. This group of enemies... Let's see. Well, you haven't noticed us yet. Now you have. Oh well. This is actually probably a Kinich situation. A Kinich situation. Thanks. And another shot. Thank you. Shoot, and 1, 2. Barely missed that. Annoying. Luckily we can just... Oh, her bite will stop that. That was fun. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Wonder if... We can use that for the rift, but that's about it. And this went a bit far down the cliff. What all is going to be in there? I do see a bit of Sea of Pyroculus. Thanks. Oh, and this just takes me all the way up the mountain. Well, not all the way. Most of the way. Okay, I've not done this before, actually. My wonder is, would any blunt attack have broken that, or just a Children of the Echoes one? This is fun. Wonder if I'll get a chest out of this. And answer's no. It's just a quicker way up here if you need that. I didn't really need that. Okay. All the way over the mural. Hello. Hello there. Oh, and underneath there was another encampment. Okay. What do you know? Pyroculus. And also a chest just in this watchtower. Reward hungry eyes. Onion shrimp. Oh, fried shrimp and green balls. Onion, shrimp meat, flour and beans. No, just glabrous beans. And flour, yeah. I do like how there are a number of recipes from Chess again, because again, they haven't done that since Liyue and Mondstadt first came out. How spicy? What would you say would be a good point of comparison in terms of spice for that? Hello, hello. Go on, get over here. Hi! Oh my goodness. Still going to be a good situation to use you guys. Thank you. Nice, but you didn't get got. So 1, 2, 3. Oh goodness. 2, 3. Oh, okay. So not crazy, but still meaningful. That's fair. Oh, there are more of you. Okay. Hi. Alright. Multiple waves. Come on. 2, 3, 4, and... There is something with Moani's missiles. Not always connecting. Oh well. And there's our chest. Thank you, thank you. There is still one ring fragment for Tuyok Springs that I don't have. Other than that, though. Chest over there, I think that's Dendro Wild Manifestation. Really do. The interesting thing is... Where did you go? Gonna go somewhere, or we did not get anything from pulling that pheasant out of the ground. Oh well. You just run off and nothing happens. Okay. But the interesting thing about Pyro Traveler is... It's got its normal constellation effects, and it's also got versions of the constellations for the... just the boss fight. Much stronger versions of its constellations. But what I do find interesting is that when you look at the... There's a quest item that, again, basically marks your achievements. And the way it's going... Oh, nice! So Bennett's gonna get to max. There you go. Oh, interesting. Do you want any help with that? I would be more than happy to help you fight it. It's not gonna be huge trouble, so... Okay, cool. I can do this for you. I'm just gonna send my Yelan and Xingqiao out. It's gonna work pretty well to just borderate them. Okay. Well, I know where to go. Pretty sure you do too. How many more of Bennett's mats do you need, actually? What I will do now is... put in... Oh, you need Electro? For Raiden, or... Either way... Oh, then you need 6 of the flame cores. Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, go on in. Full of Santre. That's weird. If Xingqiao is going to be here for damage, we will just put Skyward on him. That will work just fine. Hello there. Ah. This is gonna work. That said, maybe having a bit more energy for Xingqiao would have been okay. This will be alright. Main thing for me is... like I said, the little achievements you get do not match exactly to... Oh, goodness. Oh, we got Stringless right now, not... That's what's going on. We don't have Fabbo. Okay. Well, alright. Thanks. And there you have it. That's one run. Yeah, let's put Fabbo back on Yeon then. Right, and that's the one that Orone's got. Poor him. Okay. This should be far away enough to get it to respawn, hopefully. But... What world level are you on again? Forget. That... Okay, 7. So just a couple more runs should be fine. Okay. But as I was saying... Over the course of doing the Archon quest, you get a lot of those achievements, but you don't get all of them. Most of them are... Well, a lot of them are from Tribal Chronicles and... World quests. And given that you get Pyro Traveler from just doing the World quests... I mean, doing the Archon quest, it would be reasonable for it to be... Oh. Oh, right, and part of the reason this is simple enough is just... It's for level 7. For the upgraded version of Pyro Traveler isn't having its powerful constellations instead of its basic constellations, because again, it has extra powerful versions of its 6 constellations, which normally only activate during the boss fight in 5.3. And, like I said, if you max out everything on the Pilgrim's Chronicle, it would be reasonable for them to just give you the max version, because otherwise there'd be no real reward for maxing out Pilgrim's Chronicle, and... Well, also, Pyro Traveler would be just kind of pointless. It would really not live up to the hype it was given. Which, to be fair, it is still Traveler, but even then. Alright. Alright, then. Cool. Oh, and of course, being in verse is also helping with getting all of my energy back, too. Didn't even think about that. And so is that going to be... Is that it? Did you get what you needed? Okay, that seems to be a no. Okay, just tell me when you've got enough and all. Okay, okay, okay. Time to just keep blasting. That's fine. Do need to weapon switch back, though. Okay. But again, Orone, Chasca, Orone, Furina, Bennett, and of course, any team with Furina and Bennett is going to be good. Really, really strong, even though Orone and Chasca are still at level 80. And to be fair, that's more relevant than it would usually be, because they have... Reactions is a good part of their damage. I did not expect that to be a problem. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes. Oh my goodness! That was surprisingly large damage. Huh. Xilonen got that back. That's good. Okay. I can go all day. I do like how the Snow Strider wings do look with Xilonen. They match that coat pretty well. People have mentioned the idea of truly personalized gliders, and that would be a fun idea, but it's just a little crazy, honestly. Take a bit. Alright, alright. Thanks. You know, maybe I can do this before we even get here. Oh, thank you for the electro charge. That's nice of you. Thanks. There we go. A favor from me to you. Well, guess we keep going. What I will say is that doing weekly bosses will give you a surplus of most kinds of gems. And if it doesn't, one thing that... A while ago, I got a lot of Dust of Azoth from the shop. You know, you can turn in Stardust to the Dust of Azoth and it turns to... allows you to convert gems. I would say, especially if you're not trying to level up every single character like I do, they're generally pretty nice to have. Okay. And there we are. Raiden slash Divi. Okay, okay. Test that while I'm still here, just to make sure. Go grab a box of crackers or something. Actually, get some jerky. Some of the tuna jerky I've got lying around. Just right over here. My mother had to go take care of her mother over in Hawaii last couple of months and brought back some snacks for us. And she got tuna jerky for me. Having sriracha tuna jerky right now. Don't want to touch it directly because that would... my hand's dirty. It's not too spicy. It's got a texture similar to a lot of beef jerky, actually. Now that I think about it, it's interesting that outside of Sisson mages, Sissons are entirely limited to Mondstadt and Inazuma. Mondstadt and Liyue. What did I say, Inazuma? I'm literally in Liyue. There we go. Glad I could help you out. Looks like it's back to exploring for me. Enjoy your level 80 Bennett. Oh. But leveling for Bennett is especially important because, as you may or may not know, his buff is based entirely on his base attack, not his total attack. Meaning that attack sands don't actually do anything for his buff. Yeah. It does mean that one of his better 4-star weapons is actually the Alley Flash. Which is Gasha only, which makes it annoying to get. It's why I don't have it. But it's got a very high attack, base attack for a 4-star weapon. But if I recall correctly, it does not have any energy recharge on it, which does make it kind of tough to build around, even if its buff is a bit stronger. Proto-Rancor? Well, Proto-Rancor does have a pretty high attack power, but it... let me just check. It's got the same base attack as... it's got the same base attack as Sapwood, but Sapwood's got energy recharge, and Rancor has physical damage bonus, which doesn't really do much for Bennett, to say the least. The way we should go down on this side before I go and fight that Wyab manifestation. I do like how all the Wyab manifestations are by these big standing stones that are presumably gravestones, though they don't actually spell that out. Because again, the Wyabs are in Japanese and Chinese. The name of the Wyab is literally just Great Spirit. In Japanese, that's Taire. And it is very plainly a sort of Oversoul Egregore. That would be nice. Because you get Pyro damage, Pyro Resonance, and that attack bonus. They would work well together. Oh, and keep touching, and we got some Crystal Cores and some more. That's why you always dig up the pheasant. Oh, what do you know? Summon a fight. Oh, yeah. That would be nice. Thank you. Thank you, and now you're in the ground. Whopper flowers. That didn't kill? That didn't kill? Okay. That killed. It is honestly really funny, but not all that surprising, that Whopper flowers are still some of the most aggravating enemies in the game, despite being here from launch. It's the same reason that Xiongling and Bennett are still really good. They just, frankly, did not really know what they were doing yet. But is he a Eula main? Does he play Eula a lot with Bennett? Because quite frankly, the only reason to not C6 Eula, and to be fair, it doesn't make a huge difference anyway, because most of Eula's damage is coming just from her one burst hit, and that can't be infused. But it does mean that while you're doing normals to fill up her burst stacks, those are going to be pyro damage normals, and well, then he needs to C6 as Bennett. Well, not needs to, but he should C6 as Bennett then. Oh, okay, Eula then, yeah. Well, it's really funny, because there's this one guy on YouTube named Anja. They put out videos of various characters, and they really like Eula. They still C6 their Bennett. They C6 everyone. They're a total whale, and they still C6 their Bennett. And in part, that's because they had characters use other than Eula, but to be fair, your friend uses Eula too. And the pyro damage bonus that C6 Bennett gives would make Eula better. Pretty much all the characters who would get hurt by C6 Bennett, and even then it's not all that much, have better teammate options than Bennett at this point anyway. And it still, you know, people have their reasons, but even still. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we still got our buff. Still got our buff, nice. Big old beam. Okay, oh my goodness, I was not expecting that. Thanks. Bite, and 1, 2, 3. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, my eye is still on there. That's right. Oh, come on. Thanks. 1, 2. 1, 2. Let's dodge out of the way of that. Yeah, because I run her with Arlecchino. Mostly. Arlecchino, Fischl, and Chevy, and she's basically just there for keeping Electro up so Fischl's the A4 passive can go and get overloads for Chevy. That was a little more scuffed than I expected it to be. Well, we beat it. I have run past that guy farming Saurian so many times. It's fun to actually get to kill it. You can see the broken moon right ahead of me in the sky. Some years ago, back when I started out, Hu Tao was one of the first characters I got. One of the first characters I really rolled for. I ended up getting her C1 without really going in all that deep. And she carried me for a while. It's a shame she's not as good as she used to be these days. Though it's not as if she's bad, but the Hu Tao glory days are kind of over. You can use her with Furina, but the need for a healer does mean you generally have to choose between getting her bonus for being below a certain amount of HP and the Furina bonus. Oh, nice. That... Does he have Staff of Homa? Because that is one of the reasons why my Hu Tao isn't crazy. I don't have Homa. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. It's kind of criminal. Just a little bit. Quite frankly, the main reason my Arle team is good is just because I do have her weapon. Oh, interesting. And generally saves otherwise. That's how I thought I was going to play when I first started. And Then I ended up just having more rolls than I expected to, and not having to do that. It was honestly pretty funny in retrospect. Oh, come on. Not mean to fall off. That... Oh, nice. That'd probably mean a good deal of rolling for weapons and refines, though, right? Where did... Okay, it was burrowing under the water. That is something. Come on, come on, come on. Do you like that you can actually slide on water to an extent? But if you try to shoot while you're on water, you'll fall in and lose the shot. That is the silly part. Oh, nice. 286 ER. My Raiden's crit damage is not all that crazy. What kind of artifacts does he have on her? I assume he has her weapon. Okay, this is where we fight the Traveler Perry local legend. I really like this local legend. Okay. So does Engulfing Lightning give any crit rate? Oh my goodness. Yeah, at that point it's just... One of the guys is in the server, but he's busy. He doesn't really show up anymore these days. The reason he stopped playing is because... Right, but... I was wondering if it had any bonus crit on its passive. Because, for example, Skyward Blade gives some crit rate in addition to its substat. Yeah, it gives 4% crit rate. Oh, okay. So he just had really, really cracked rolls then. Oh my goodness. But, as I was saying... Oh goodness. He quit the game because his Ayaka was too good. He just... Nothing challenged him anymore, and therefore nothing interested him anymore. That's part of the reason I don't really do a lot of vertical investment. It's still good. It's got better crit and ER than mine. I will say, though, that one of the understated upsides of using Catch is it does increase crit rate for burst hits, which all of Raiden's relevant damage is going to be burst damage. What I do find really interesting is that, and this was years ago, so I'm not sure if you'd even know this, but when Raiden... Excuse me, I'm sorry. When Raiden was in beta, her burst hits, as in her slashes after the initial one, were not burst damage. And her best option was still pretty undeniably Emblem, but only for that initial hit and having enough ER to batter the team. It wasn't until they actually made her other hits burst damage that she really became a good damage dealer in her own right, even at C0 at least. But what that did do was break, and what con level? Because what I do know is that, as in sub DPS or as in partially A DPS. So when Furina gets to C6, she gets self-infusion. It's a pretty good one. If you bring her here, her best team is arguably a Shan Yun plunge team where she's the plunger. With... It's pretty crazy, honestly. But... Sorry, I just need this tuna jerky. I don't want to starve to death midstream. It might happen otherwise. But... Oh my goodness. Crystal is not great to climb with Xilonen. Kachina actually does the job a bit better, I think. Those gusts would make it really hard to get over with Milani. And of course there's no Kaholasaur around, so you'd have to use Milani in the first place.
You're riding? Let's go fight this guy. It's just a sec. But... And this was a big fiasco back in the beta. Oh, nice. Multiple cons. That's fun. During the beta for Raiden's version 2.1, there was a fiasco when... A bit of a fiasco when they changed Raiden's slashes to burst damage, because it meant she didn't work with Beidou anymore. She still worked with Xingqiao, because Xingqiao's attacks Q on a normal attack animation. But Beidou's Q is on normal and charge attack damage, which meant that Raiden had a normal attack animation, but charge attack... I mean, burst damage, which meant Beidou didn't work with her anymore, and frankly, it's not like they would have even been all that good together in the first place. Raiden National was always going to be her best team. But a lot of people complained. Bring him in chat. Have me look at his account. Well, it's time to fight Alwaddles, and we don't have any artifacts right now. It's actually going to be pretty tough. I don't hate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2. This is still not bad, even with no artifacts and a basically unleveled weapon. Okay. Thanks. Nice. Okay. Thank you. Oh! C6 Alhytham. Oh my goodness. Oh, C5, dear. You know, I have a lot of respect for you for being one of Dia's strongest soldiers. I am definitely a Dia fan myself, but it does get hard sometimes. And I do not have her built for damage. Oh, with her burst. Fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my goodness. Ah, you missed one pair and you're screwed. Well, let's try that again. Okay. Okay. And I've done this one to maximum capacity already, but it's a fun one. I want to do it again. Okay. Go ahead. Though, of course, if I want to be funny, what I could do is just actually put artifacts on him, and then it gets a lot more manageable. Also, you want to be at a distance for this one. 11, nice. Thank you. That said, if you use it during a charge attack, get a few more hits, that's right. Thanks. Ooh, okay. Some issues with that usage. Okay. Tap it rhythmically. Okay. Go ahead. I really do enjoy this fight. The perfect dodge one I did earlier and this parry one. Just because they really do change how the game plays mechanically. One of the new local legends is a fight you win by healing. And that's interesting because it allows you to use different teams. But it doesn't really make the game mechanically different is the thing. It's not as if it's not enjoyable, but it's not the same. I should have won that parry. Oh well. All of these are guaranteed crits, so you really want to spec out into crit damage. She has very fun animations. That is... Oh no! I pay for Battle Pass and Primo Pass. Like I've said before, it was either this or Final Fantasy XIV for me. I chose this. Oh my goodness. That was a whiff. But you are, right? Yeah, the Ayaka guy I talked about before was free-to-play, but he heavily vertically invested in his Ayaka. That's what made the difference. And there we are. Oh. I think free-to-play discourse for games with, for lack of a better term, flexible monetization, the discourse around it tends to be a little toxic and lack nuance because it's it is undeniable that predatory monetization is common, but there's nothing wrong with supporting something that entertains you. There's also nothing wrong with not wanting to spend money on a game. It's just both of them are valid choices. But the discourse around it tends to be, because, you know, when money is involved, people understandably get rather cagey. Tends to be rather reductive. And where is... Okay, the Pyroculus is definitely up there. So we can go up and get it. Thank you. Here we are. Scrapple up. Here we are. Let's just see. All of these are back. And I really do wonder if there's going to be any kind of special bonus for taking out all of the Whopper flowers. So there was one up top, too. There should be another Electra one around. Oh, Constellations? Well, you have to get very, very lucky to get a 5-star Constellation just without heavy investment. Yeah, if you go into things specifically looking for cons, you should get one eventually. But... Oh, and you can see Chenyu all the way over there. That's fun. Got a pretty straight shot. This should be... Yep, so they're all in the middle of a group of 3. Oh, fair. Wolf's Gravestone is not as good as I would like, frankly. I have it, but I don't really use it on anyone. It's... Oh, nice. So who do you use it on? Because you don't have it refined, right? When I took a look at your party, I seem to recall it just being at R1. Yeah, I actually got a second Skyward Atlas just the other day, and I pretty much immediately just use it to refine the other one. Because I don't have a lot of characters who use it anyway, and I don't really use them at the same time, so it's just slightly more damage on whoever I use it on, which right now, actually, it's mostly Yai. I use it on Yai. This is around where I got to last time. Guess I'll fight that group of Fatui. That's fun. Hello, hello. Hello. Don't think there's going to be any kind of chest here. Hello there. Hello. This is going to be good for Kinich. Thank you, and let's actually shoot at you. Just to get you out of the way. Oh, goodness. Okay. Shoot. Alright. Can have Milani do this. It's fine. You don't have to... You don't have to beat it. You don't have to beat all of it. But what it will tell you is... It's basically the crucible in which you forge a team. And to be fair, it depends on whether the Abyss is particularly suited for or unsuited for the team as well. But just in terms of matching DPS against a boss or a group of enemies at high levels, it's about as serious as it gets. And also, just if you have well-built characters, Abyss and Theater are really the only things left in the game that give you challenges if you're the kind of person who looks for challenges, which, to be fair, I am. Not everyone is, but I am. Okay. Should be another flower around here, I think. Yeah. But they're definitely downplaying it a bit, I would say. When Theater came out, they also reduced the number of Abyss rotations each month, which I'm fine with because, among other things, you still get slightly more Primogems even though there are now fewer Abyss rotations, because they increase the Primogem reward per. But it does just make things different. Okay. And like I said, theater is more suited for an account with a number of weaker characters, which Abyss is where you go for vertical investment. I roll for everyone again. I don't really go for cons or weapons, which means that theater is very well suited for me. But it did make a lot of people who do vertically invest, for better or worse, a little miffed when it first came out. They did make some changes to it, but it still doesn't change the fact that the entire point of it is just, this is a game mode for people who build lots of characters, and the point is encouraging people to build more characters. Over there. Thanks. Shoot. 1, 2. Oh, no crit. Oh, but your movement is actually really good for making this work. Shoot. And, oh, alright. Thanks. 2, 3. Right. There are weaknesses. Clear weaknesses. Okay. Please don't use your Geoshield. Please don't use your Geoshield. And there we stunned you. And oh, that actually killed too. Okay. That's the end of you. Okay, so is there going to be another Whopper Flower here or not? So Toyok over there. And around down this way, we got some stuff down by the mountain. I might leave the temple for last. Maybe. I think I'll explore this area in between the mountains, go for the mountain. Maybe this one and then the coast. It is interesting that this area is kind of a bit of Toyok. Then tomorrow I think I'll do a lot of Toyok. Not sure I could get all of it done, but a good amount. Toyok is small. And Basin is not that big either. Doesn't even have any caves, really. What is interesting is that there's actually a chest in. Oh, the Kukasaur boss's lair. It's cool that they did that. Thanks. Thank you. We're having some issues with procs. Okay, cool. And shoot, and we can have Milani. Yeah, the rest. Last hit. There we go. No real reward for that, but got some of that going. Xilonen should definitely. I need her healing back. It's always interesting how they distribute the blunt damage between Claymore hits. Because Kinich can theoretically break with 2 hits if it's one of the first and then the final one, but since those hits are slower, he breaks Aura a little slower than others, but of course it's not as if I'm really... I don't have to be mining anymore. I don't really need ore for anything else anymore. Or... Okay. I was a little bit around, but I don't see any more sweet flowers. Well, maybe they were literally just there to be there. That's reasonable. Especially since there isn't any Electro, it seems. Also, if I'm around here, I should fight Sappho. If I'm around. Question is, though, who I'll fight her with. From right by here, this is also an opportunity to go heal, because Xilonen's burst is not back up to use as a method of healing. Okay. Best team for Sappho generally would be... I guess I could try the Chasca team and just try to not get one-tapped. Damage is good. Let's go for it. Do have their burst back, that's good. We need Fab. Alright. Let's make this happen. But it really is a matter of trying to see how to get Chasca to actually avoid Sappho's hits, because it's not easy. Deliberately not. Thank you, and come on. Just continue circling around you, I think. We can make this work. Okay, thanks. And go for that. And cool. That worked pretty well. And oh, but we didn't get the shots off that I would have liked. Well, okay. Thank you. And no canister. That's interesting. Just keep circling around you, I think. That'll work pretty fine. Because that won't hit me. Come on. Come on. Thanks. And this is good. This is quite good. It's entirely single hit, and oh my goodness. That was a bit annoying, though. Come on. Thanks. Here we are, and see how much we can get. Ooh! Fall damage is good. Okay. Just keep on strafing, go for that shot. Very good. Nice. Okay. Ooh. Let's get our Fab proc. And rushing around, that'll give us time to recover. Thanks. Dodge. Cool. Let's get this. And cool. That could have killed me, but we dodged. Dead Farina would have been annoying. Thanks. And that got that out of the way too. Nice. Oh, but... oh, nice. That's good. That is progress. Slowly but surely, you'll get there. Thanks, and... let's go for it. Thanks. Hop on off. Definitely takes a bit of caution, but this is working. Thanks. Nice. Fair. Do it at your own pace. Didn't even need that shot, huh? Thank you, Chasca, for watching her die of fall damage. Right. Yeah, it does take effort. And it does take a bit of meta. But it is... once you have a team for it, I would say that in my experience, it is one of the most interesting and enjoyable things in the game, because it really does... at least if you're not a crazy whale, frankly, and you can just toss anything at the wall and have it work. It forces you to think about team comps and team building in a way that a lot of other stuff doesn't. The only thing that really compares is Imaginary Theater. And I guess some combat events. Well, let's keep on exploring. Thank you. Oh, goodness. 1, 2, 3. Bite! Oh, we barely missed. That one final bite will do it. Cool. Why is this a grapple? Oh, nice. From just Abyss Primogems? That's good. Yeah, it gets understated and underestimated. But one of the other reasons to regularly do Abyss is that you get experience books, you get Mora, you get weapon enhancement ore. It's a good way to get some more materials that does not... oh, and artifacts. That does not rely on spending resin. Fair. It's the one about meeting... because all of her dialogue is basically, when you fight her, saying, "Why did you interrupt me when I was sitting here playing music?" Which means she is frankly very, very justified in fighting us, because she only fights when we attack her. I don't say that, actually. Because if it was 5.3 already, you would have less time to save. Yeah, the longer it takes, the more time you've got to save. Fair. And if 5.2 ended today, then I would not be able to I would miss one of these rewards. To be fair, it's only 100 Prima Gems, but still. Okay, cool. Let's get the rest of these ores, I suppose. That's a Star Rail thing. And part of it is to compensate for the fact that Star Rail just craps out characters like it ate Taco Bell last night. The reason the game is more generous is because if you actually want to get everyone, and to be fair, a lot of people don't, which is why it feels more generous, that allows them to target characters they actually like a bit more easily. Well, 5.3 is going to be Lantern Rite. So yes. But not because it has multiple characters, but because it's Lantern Rite. As in Lunar New Year. And that means real rewards in a way that often outstrips Anniversary, even. Yeah, we should get a decent amount of free pulls and rewards, but again, because it's New Year. I will say that it is funny that due to the way the patch is spread out, it's the first time we've ever had a patch that encompasses both regular New Year and Chinese/Lunar New Year. Because it starts on January 1st, or at least in the Western Hemisphere, and ends basically right around Lunar New Year. I will say, it does kind of disappoint me that Satwali's animations are cool, but given the mimetic status of the Auroron punch in the Archon quest, she just punches Auroron, the fact that we don't have... There's no punch in her animation, she just throws pillows. Which, it's not bad, it's pretty cute, but still. Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of those hits guarantees a stop, but again, we're not getting any more rewards from this. Okay. Okay. Gotta be a directionality thing. Come on. Depends on which one I'm hitting. It's very, very rarely that... Oh, you didn't know that? Okay. Do you think you might roll for it now? To be fair, it's a lot worse outside of the new area. I respect that. You're staying strong. But it is flight. But outside of Natlan, and especially the new Natlan areas, where one of the exploration mechanics is just you can pick up bits of sort of Phlogiston orbs in the environment that give you infinite flight for a bit of time. Well, infinite Phlogiston, but only for Chasca and Kukasaurs. Because if you switch out of... Only Chasca and Kukasaurs can pick them up, and if you switch out from her, she will... Well, the infinite Phlogiston will disappear. And it's good in other places too, but it's very much intended to be used in the new area in particular. That said, even outside of Natlan, she is still very slightly better than Wanderer. They are continuing to keep that power creep going. Right over here is another Wild Manifestation. This one is Dendro. Oh, that's funny. There's a Flamegranate right here. Oh well. Hi. Let's just vaporize you. Thanks. Oh my goodness. I did not mean to do that. Oh, come on. Oh my, I also did not intend to do that. Come on. Oh, and that's not even all that good there. I think I should leave and come back. Because that's not going to be a great way of doing it. Just put your shield down, put your shield down. Yeah, I'm going to have to just fight you normally. Well, She can use Pyro, Hydro, Electro, and Cryo in addition to Animo. And in fact, she's better at using them than Animo. But it's all randomized. So you can't really go for a specific reaction with her. Okay. Still got Pyro on it because the Dendro is not going to deplete. Should teleport away if we want to restart that then. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go back and fight that Wide Manifestation again. And not mess things up this time. Oh yeah, she's still really, really good. Especially in single target situations that she's suited for. Which is why even at level 80 she was making the weekly bosses cry earlier today. But additionally, there's a local legend, Ruin Drake, whose entire deal is really just... Okay, it's still burning. We didn't get far away enough. Whose entire deal is... It will get a lot better at resisting elements. So you need at least 2 elements on your team to deal damage with in order to really fight the thing. But of course, Chasca just deals rainbow damage to begin with, which means you just bring Chasca. It's a Chasca test in the same way that Casiho over here from the first patch was basically a Milani check. But it's not as if there aren't other ways to fight both of them, but using specific Natlan characters against them is deliberately very, very good. Oh, there's even a target there. That's what the Flamegranates are for. Okay. Well, in that case, just do it like this. Hi there. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. Bite. Thanks. Oh, nice. That's a good crit. Oh, that is slightly less of a good crit. Thanks. Why not go for one more bite? Cool. Well, alright. I think we can let Kinich do the last one, even though Dendro is going to get resisted by Dendro. That's alright. Okay. Thank you. Let's pick you up. Get a bit closer than I expected, and blast the target. Oh, and now we have Animo Slimes. Let's try to aim. Didn't get all of them. Should be good. There we go. And another chest. Right to the side of where the previous one was. What's the next chest going to be? It's over that way. Okay. We're at 74 in Coatepec. Should get to the 80% in all areas soon that I need for the Natlan exploration rewards. It's a bit over here. There is a challenge over here, I believe. That'll be fun. That will mean might be able to find the remaining 2 signs of the canopy challenges today then. Oh yeah. They're very, very suited for it. And maybe it's a little scummy, but hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. How's it going? What's going on? Oh my goodness. Had a miss on purpose. Okay. Get over here. Get over here. Come on, come on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Bite! And we hit you, actually. Wasn't expecting that, really. Bite, and there we are. Was there a chest from that, or did we already get it, or... Getting a lot of materials. We'll need a good amount for the remaining talent levels for Chasca and Oron, but also... Oh, okay. That... Metaphorical, literal, both. I think you should commit some random and gratuitous acts of violence. I'm sure that would only improve your situation. Not really. Either way, get well soon. For you, not for me. Though if that helps, then for me too. Okay, fair. When the metaphorical headache is also a literal headache. And also when the literal headache is also a metaphorical headache. You know, imagine just... What would it be like to have an incredibly minor headache that wasn't an inconvenience at all? Would you even be able to call it a headache then? I should be stopped. But... I might not like my job right now, but unlike high school, it has not given me a migraine yet. So it at least has that. I was talking about how back when I was in high school, I had a couple of migraines occasionally. I had one in middle school once, Sweets on Campground, Steadfast in the Storm. Then, if I recall correctly, I had one sophomore year of high school and another senior year of high school. And only a couple of times. They were very rare, but they were not exactly pleasant. Luckily, it was never when I was really doing something, so it's not like it really got in my way. It's kind of sort of, you know, getting sick while you had a break off from work or school. It's just, you know, maybe it would have been nice to miss something, but at least I'm not missing something important this way, I suppose. Oh, I think this Monitu graffiti is going to turn into a Monitu. Well, a migraine is a kind of headache. A migraine is not a headache. Okay, yep, and now we've set the Monitu free. Hello, friend. So grappling over there would work. Get over here. Get over here. 1, 2. Love the grapple. And that's a chest. And the graffiti's just gone. Sad. It is what it is. Like I've said before, you have to treat your ESL-isms as something charming. That's how you handle this. You have to make it work for you. And I think... Yep, we can max out... Oh, I don't need more energy recharge. That... I guess that's one way to put it. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's how I'd put it, but... Bright side, I guess. Yeah. On an at least somewhat more pleasant note, I think we can do one of these adventure challenges now, which is part of the job. Manzana. They named a guy Apple. This warrior's challenge is designed for careers, so it'll be tough. Not that I'm underestimating you, of course. How about it? Want to give it a go? Let's begin. Ready, aim, fire. Here, the next challenge on the moving solid Vogistan platform. Like a Pokemon evolution, use a grappling hook or other means to collect the explosive barrels and defeat your foes. This too is one of the messenger's many tasks, sorta. Hi there. So where are all the targets going to be? Is it going to keep moving if I don't hit? I don't know. Someone who occasionally sometimes talks about something other than Pokemon. And that's where the Yunkasaur comes, and... Oh, okay. So actually, it's not an insta-kill, but it does take 2 shots. But this is still the best way to do this. Just keep on shooting. Thank you. It takes time. Okay, there we are. Oh, and got them all. That's good. That was how we saved our time there. In X Arcanine? I didn't know you ever dated an Arcanine. Thanks. Another explosion. Just keep on shooting. Forever. Cool. And where are the rest? Oh, there's another right there. Oh, you're still running around. That's not good. We have to aim that. Oh my goodness. What in the... We've already messed up. We've already messed that up? Okay. I heard there was an event recently that was all about... That there's an event now for fire-type Pokemon. I didn't know it was just for an Arcanine. I saw... Last night I was looking at some old Pokemon cards. And I saw that they made a Zacian level X as a sort of legacy thing. And of course the joke is basically... Zacian came out after They stopped making anything level X. Okay, fair. Well, just gotta keep shooting and not stop. Okay, that should do it. Thanks. Thank you. And will that kill? Yep, there was another explosive barrel that the first one triggered, so that's a kill. Thanks. I wonder if we kill them. If we kill them all now, will the platform move earlier? No, it won't. It spends a set amount of time at each area, no matter how this goes. Main thing is, the one that runs is going to be really annoying to get. Okay. I hate this. I really do. Come on. Come on, and wait till you converge. You have to aim. You have to bank that shot by a pretty crazy amount. Okay, well that was pretty good. That group should be decent for me, and now you're coming. Okay, and how many more, and where okay. Can I shoot you? No, we missed. This is actually really tough. Just the ones that run are wasting so much time there. Okay. What would be really funny would be actually jumping off the platform and killing it myself. That might work. Just cut out the middleman. I'm not complaining. At least not that much. Well, what it would probably mean would... It would make it hard to get back on the platform, is the thing. But if necessary, I might need to. Okay. Thanks. Shot. Shot. Another shot. Big ones take 2, other ones take different amounts. What I could maybe do is, once it starts moving to save time, aim for somewhere I know there are going to be Hilitrolls to just get it more quickly. That worked. There we go. Nice. Cool. And will this do it? Okay. Boom, boom. Nice. We got the ones we needed to get. That's good. I think this should work. Let's aim for you. And aim over there. Aim over there. I suppose so. And where are you? Where are you? And that did not kill. That killed you. I think we might have all of them. We're A rank. We need that double S. What kind of pizza? Have fun. Enjoy. Okay. Oh, this is tough. Fair. Okay, those ones are slower. That's decent. I should have all the remaining time here. Okay, nice. I probably should just kill them myself. Hello there. Thanks. 1, 2, 3. And oh, this is tough. It's what I do need to do. We missed one opponent. Milani would have done that. That's how I need to handle it. That is funny. Okay. Let's try that one more time. Thank you. Thank you. Got all those chests for that, which was nice. Now let us ensure that we get all of the opponents this time. I need that max score. Oh, we can't open up a map. Wanted to check my exploration progress real quickly. That's fine. Do find it funny that it says the platforms are about to move right at the end, as we're all about to die. Well, the challenge is about to end, so it's not like it can move anywhere anyway. Well, maybe I guess it would disappear, but still. Okay. That will get... No, that won't get both of you. Oh well. Thanks. Let's be quick with our shots. That's all of them. Cool. Need a barrel one. Okay. Aiming over here should actually do it, I think. We got one of them. Got a couple of them. That's good. Both the ones that are annoying to handle got grabbed right now. That's good. Okay. That wasn't the best time for you, though. Okay. I do. I'm in the Eastern time zone. You? I am. The main thing is that I have time off work. That's the big one. Ah, I messed that up again. It's mostly just dinner with family in the evening, probably some kind of stream around noon. Because I've got the day off from work. I might want to do something with my sister, honestly. It's maybe, as in maybe stream me and my sister playing some dumb Roblox games or something. That could be fun if done right. That should. Yep, that'll do it. That actually did not get both of them. Oh, nice. What are you cooking? That's fun. My dad likes to make pies, actually. He makes really good pies. But I haven't eaten desserts really in a long time, because I wouldn't say I've become a health nut, but I kind of have, frankly. Right over here should be... That's the spot, and we got both of the runners. That is very, very good. Should be able to get both of you, and now that you're lined up over here, we can take you both out like that. I love this shooting gallery. But of course these you can hit even on the way up, so that's when you go for them. That's all you. You know, in the end, if you always wanted to, you could just have me on as background noise. No pressure. Okay. Gonna need big ones for the big targets, but ones that run and run and run. Oh my goodness, I did not mean to do that. Well, actually, what I can do is... I cannot grab a barrel from over there, actually. That's a shame. Oh, nice. Sounds good. Okay. That was a wasted... Aiming for the big one is the main thing. To take down the Frost Arm Walwittrul. And then, once it's just my Mitatrills left, and I can hopefully get a few as collateral damage, then I just send in Milani and actually just kill the rest manually. Take the middleman out. It really is just taking time. Okay, and... oh goodness. And you will get over there. Hit both of you, even if I can't hit you with the barrel. Can I hit both of you? No, I can't. That's sad. Now I can hit both of you. Good, good, good. Over here should be good. That's all of them for the first one, and now it's this one. That's going to be the real challenge, and this is where we aim. Yep, we gotcha, we gotcha. Good. Aim right over there. Wait for you to get over here. That's a shot, that's a shot. Right over here. Thanks. And it's you and that group of two. Fun. Oh, but now we have that group over there as well. Oh, then you actually put it inside the turkey as well. I always do find it funny that most people don't really put inside that. This could be really good for me. We're gonna get vaporizes. That is nice. Kind of a cheat. But, oh, actually this time, it's not working the same way. Okay. No, we are getting vaporizes. This is sinister. This is sinister. Okay. Thanks. And let's get over here. And now we can send in you and you and you. And thanks. Alright. Bite. And that, oh, has its limits. So I guess this is just a matter of you have to be really, really good at shooting them. Or at the very least, you're not really meant to get max score. I could see that being the case too. But even still. Here's our rain. But of course, that's not really going to make a difference between killing in one shot and killing in two. Okay. No. Yep. That gets us... oh, no, that was timed badly. Because you weren't over there by... that is still just shy of a kill. Weird. Okay. Thanks. One more. One more. It's different. We got you. Barrel the next. We aim right over there. You're gonna come over, get blown up. That's good. Blast. This is where it gets manageable, but come on. We only have multiple going at once. It's kind of what it seems like. And only one going at once. Seems like another shot being on screen might make the previous one despawn. Depending on the timing. I did not mean to do that. What the... That was ridiculous. Honestly, I feel like they should turn off the actual grapple during the challenge. It has its issues. Because if the camera isn't angled right, it's really easy to just end up grappling instead of picking up a barrel. And right over there. That'll do it. That was aimed a little inconveniently. That's okay. Thanks, thanks. And gotta wait for you to converge, actually. Thanks. Should come back over here. This is a good time to do it. Should we get all of you? Nice. Next up is you. But again, I wonder if it would work any better to just... Thank you. That takes time to go. Oh, hello! Nice to see you again. A lot of people are showing up today. It's nice. It's good to see you. How has life been for you? Any big news, good or bad? Ideally good. Okay. I've been having trouble taking down these Hilichurls. Honestly, what I should do, I should just put in Arla. In addition to this team, just put in Arla and get a lot of vaporizes with this. Oh, nice, that's good. Anything in particular? Okay. Oh, what we should be doing is aiming for the ground. Aiming for the ground, right. Okay. Thanks, and you are close to getting a good amount of them. Ground instead of the wall, and... Is that it? That... There is one left. There's one left. Alright. Thank you. Let's... Oh, no, we messed it up badly. We messed it up really badly. Because I... Ah. Because I lost... I should have used Nitral Transmission, but we got so close. It's still raining, that's good. So what specifically about her are you redesigning? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Kinich in here is good, but... Guess we could put in Yain Fischl. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, so... She looks kind of like a Yunctosaur, actually. Was that intentional? Yeah, if I want to go in and finish off myself, which I might have to, I should stick to a different team. Gonna have to jump the wall, basically. You. Oh my goodness. Or, yeah, official. Oh, okay. There was apparently an interesting lore reveal about the nature of Natlan humans. In terms of... It's basically anyone but Nahida. As much as it hurts me to say. Because everyone else has some kind of feat. And it's very obvious that Venti's full strength is not really revealed to us right now. Oh my goodness, that was stupid. This is really dumb. What? Okay. That was nonsense. This might be a dead one. Okay, huh? Oh, for some reason it was grayed out. The symbol to pick up the barrel was grayed out. I think In terms of pure combat ability, it's probably Raiden. But Zhongli does have his God of War stuff, but Zhongli also had a lot of friends. He had the Yakshas backing us up, he had Guizhong, he had a lot of people, and rather explicitly, A fought alone. She was the only fighter, and she did all the fighting for her sister. Nihida just is not a fighter. Venti, again, we can't really evaluate Venti right now. Have fun. See you around. Lots of Takes around there. He did tear a mountain in half. That is something known. Okay. But again, I think a lot of it is just Venti has weird Istaroth connections, and given the fact that the Shades, or at least Renova, is explicitly a level of god above Archons, you get to talk to Yohal Tekutin, who is a former Seelie, aka an angel, and she does say more or less that... And that got that going already, that was good. Just gotta aim down in here. Thanks. That's a good spot to aim for. Thanks. And we have just a few more Hilichurls coming. And we actually got them all. There we go, and we didn't even have to hop the fence. Yay me. That means I can finally move on. How exciting. That means going over to the east now. Then I think wrapping around the coast, maybe? That's a decent way to do it. Then maybe the tops of these mountains and the temple and the canopy can be for tomorrow? Maybe. Well... Okay. Do you mind spoilers for 5.1's Archon Quest? Because Mavica... Okay. At the end of the 5.1 Archon Quest... Okay, if you look over there, you can see the shards of a planet or a moon hanging in the sky. And those are left over from the end of 5.1 Archon Quest, where Mavica harnesses the power of Renova, the Shade of Death, and punches the fake sky open. There's an argument that that's more of a sort of knowledge or skill feat than a pure power feat, but it's something that nobody else has done. One way or another, it's a feat with no real equivalent. Yeah. And it's definitely why if you're trying to power scale Archons, Mavica's undeniably up there. She's definitely in the running. And it's not as if Nihida can be discounted, she's just not physically strong. But the fact that she was able to trap Skara in infinite sort of memory dream time loop, because that is it's basically the same thing that the sages did in that one act in Samara 2. Well, the thing about it is that scaling is oftentimes largely about themes. There are enough times where characters fight with some kind of assistance that power scaling in a standard sense is not really possible, and it's not really supposed to be. That if you're coming here for power scaling, well, really, generally speaking, and it was more or less Dragon Ball that popularized power scaling in general, but even there, it's not really the point. Yeah, exactly. That trying to glaze Saitama for being really overpowered is basically illiteracy. Because the entire narrative is about how being really strong is boring and actually not something you want. And, frankly, the fact that the entire existence of the series is meant to basically negate power scaling attempts for that reason. That it's just, okay, he wins. You don't power scale him, it's just, he wins. And it... Yeah. Well, and that's really funny, considering how much time he spends just getting his rear kicked in his own series. Oh, goodness. Luckily, we can break this down easily enough, but still. Thank you. Cool. Oh, come on. Let's burn you. But... Well, to be fair, if I recall correctly, don't they justify narrative as... It's not that he can't get beaten, it's that he never gives up. But... if you're familiar at all with Fate, the thing about Fate is that there's power scaling, but it's always sort of a joke. In that, arguably the most powerful character in Fate is Gilgamesh. Because his entire idea as a character is he has everyone else's weapon, and he just tosses them as unlimited arrows at you. He's an archer-class servant because he throws everyone else's really powerful weapons at them. And he rarely ever wins. Because, one, he never takes a fight seriously, and two, the entire point is... Well, that said, in FGO and one of the spin-off games from before that, he did become a player character, a player ally, and there he wins. But the entire point is just... protagonist power is very strong there because of thematic reasons, not just the hero wins. Because Gilgamesh, frankly, was designed from the ground up to be really strong, but also have really... Well, it's actually really similar with Eggman in that. And I'm sure you're probably thinking about the Eggman versus Bowser death battle that happened recently. The thing about Eggman is, and this is something that's gotten a lot more explicit, he doesn't want to beat Sonic with pure force. That, for a human, he's really strong and really fast, and has literally been shown to, in certain situations, for short periods of time, outrun Sonic. But even if he could just beat Sonic by decking him in the face, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to win with machines to prove his intelligence, to prove that he can beat Sonic's speed and strength with his intelligence. Which... there was a little animation I saw someone make after that Bowser-Sonic death battle, where they were just... if Eggman wanted to, he could have just blown up the entire planet with an orbital laser and won the fight that way. But it's not his style. Did you see that? It was with the Space Colony arc. Yeah. Have you played Sonic Adventure 2? I should do Sonic Adventure 2 on stream sometime, honestly. Especially since when I played it, I was 12 and really bad at video games. I need to play Unleashed. The question is just how well it would emulate. Well, I suppose maybe I could use the silly PS4 that I have that I got for Bloodborne for just playing Unleashed or something. Because it doesn't emulate incredibly well. At least I'm pretty sure. Or, of course, I could also just... well, those mods are only for old Sonic generations. There were mods made for Sonic generations that added in unleash the levels. Not the bosses, just the levels. Well, the daytime levels, and some of the hub areas, if I recall correctly. And we still do not have access to this mountain. Again, it would be really funny if it was somehow really lore important. I really do wonder what is going to be up with real Mount Asus eventually. I'm pretty sure it's going to be where Fontaine's Celestial Nail dropped, but we don't know. Oh, Sonic 06. Have you heard of Project 06? You may have. It's a fan remake / port of Sonic 06 for PC that, among other things, basically tries to fix all of its issues. And, amusingly enough, apparently it actually kind of does. I do want to play it too, but I really feel as if I need to experience the original 06 and all its bugs and general jank to really appreciate what Project 06 does, is the thing. Yeah. A little bit before... Last week I finished Sonic X Shadow Generations, which was really, really good. But one of the things about it that's kind of funny is you get a lot of movement abilities unlocked as you go through the game, and a non-insignificant number of them are actually kind of similar to the Natlan movement abilities here. And I don't imagine there was really deliberate cross-pollination, but it's still rather funny. Yeah, it's really fun, but you can't take it too seriously, because then it just stops being fun. Because it's sort of, okay, who's stronger, Sonic and Goku? And sure, you can argue that, and maybe get an answer. But still, if Sonic and Goku ever met, they might fight a bit, but mostly they'd probably just hang out. And it is really funny, because a lot of Sonic is just ripped off of Dragon Ball Z in a number of ways, to an extent. Well, I guess maybe more a tribute or inspired by than a ripoff, but you know what I mean. It's... Yeah, it's very, very... Super Sonic is one of the more plainly Super Saiyan-inspired transformations in any kind of media. And again, not in a bad way, it's just... It's pretty undeniable. Again, there's this cave under here. It's not that big, though. You know what, though? There is that graffiti stone cave. Yeah. What I will say, and I do appreciate it, that they've definitely gotten a lot better at making the fights sort of match the series they come from. Because, you know, thinking about something like, I think it was Cloud versus Link back in the day, some years ago, there was a lot of gratuitous gore that frankly did not make a lot of sense and wasn't fitting, but it was just 2000s, 2010s internet culture. Okay, we got another. Still need more stones. Wonder what the mural is going to look like when it's done. Oh, but I think the wall is also going to break or at least slide. Because it's all a elemental site object. Interesting. Well, I really am a fake weeb by way of not knowing that much about Dragon Ball. When I was a lot younger, I wanted to watch Naruto, and all the kids around me were pretty big into Naruto, and my parents wouldn't let me watch it because it was too violent. And it was really funny, because totally unbeknownst to them, my grandparents just got as a gift, not because I'd asked for it at all. They didn't even know I had any interest, but they were just like, oh, this looks cool, let's get him these Naruto manga books. And then they basically got immediately confiscated from me as soon as they were received, which was really, really funny. Okay, and shoot. Thanks, and we get rid of you before you. Put your shield up. That worked pretty well. You were not critting on that Pyro Slinger Bracer. That was kind of sad. There's one up top here. The one I remember from when I was younger was the one they did that was Zelda versus Peach, where Peach won. And I got mad about it because I liked Zelda and I didn't really like Mario. And it wasn't because of any kind of objection to their rationale. And frankly, I think Peach probably won because... One, legitimately because... Oh, okay. And I don't know too much about Bardock in particular. Can he not actually go Super Saiyan? So I know that there are some limitations on that. But it is kind of weird when they do things that are, for lack of a better term, speculative. As it's just sort of... If you're making up... At that point, you're making up feats. Oh, you're over there, too. Oh, come on. That did not kill. Please, please, please. I was not expecting the second one to show up. Oh, okay. And by non-canon, do you mean GT, or just speculation based on, well, if he's a Saiyan, he should be able to go Super Saiyan, or something like that? Or is it something from maybe the video games, or... Oh, okay, one of the non-canon movies. It is interesting, because... If I recall correctly, the One Piece movies aren't canon either, right? I seem to remember hearing that. Oh, come on. Right. And we're there. Cool. Thank you. The Wizard and Wind. I know, hearing when the Broly movie came out, that apparently it was pretty good. Oh, but you still don't see him go Super Saiyan, and therefore... Yeah, that's the thing about Dragon Ball, is... The thing about Fate is that they have stats, but it's never as... really spelled out as just pure single variable power levels. And the importance is usually... And this is one of the things that gives FGO some longevity as a game, actually. That you can... There's a lot of issues, well, not really issues, but a lot of influence of character affinities, as in, since most of the characters are based on myths or of stories, a lot of them will sometimes have mythological weaknesses. And that can mean that a character who's normally very weak can get the upper hand on someone who's normally strong, because there's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors type thing going on, or like that. And like I said before, Gilgamesh is supposed to be really strong on paper, but he was literally designed to be a character who the weak protagonist could beat due to having an ability that was a good matchup against his. Oh, okay. So they glazed him a little too hard. Yeah, There does tend to be a lot of, for lack of a better term, agenda posting there. That... It's not necessarily just a popularity contest, but obviously people are going to be more in the corner of a character they like. Oh, that... Yeah, that's going to hurt things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. That's pretty good. Come on, come on. And let's blast you. Okay. Really? Was one of them Shadow versus Vegeta? I know that they had a Shadow versus Vegeta fight. They had Shadow beat Vegeta? Okay, I like Shadow. Shadow is one of my favorite characters in anything, period. And that That should not have happened, at least not then. They... In the recent game, they gave him a lot of very interesting powers. And to be fair, they probably mentioned the inhibitor rings, right? The wrist bracelets. Yeah, because you played Sonic 06. Did you beat the end of Shadow's campaign and watch him take his rings off? They might have done that, though to be fair, it's not something they really scaled. Galaxia? Wait, Galactus, or... Is there someone else named Galaxia I'm not familiar with? Oh, okay. Broly versus Hulk. For Broly versus Hulk, I imagine that would have to be kind of a speed thing on Broly's end to sort of manage to kill Hulk before he gets angry enough to become unkillable. And it was just Broly basically had enough DPS to kill him before he got angry enough to become unkillable. See? Okay, yeah. Honestly, it feels a little perverse to be saying DPS in this case, but it's not as if there isn't a lot of video game in the idea of power scaling characters to begin with. Okay. I do find it funny that all of these rhinos can be force-stomped, but hardly any of them actually give you anything for it. Right. Well, the thing with Beerus is that he's not really meant to be beatable. He's kind of like Saitama on a lower level in that the entire point is just sort of being the end of power scaling in that universe. Yeah, exactly. It's just Beerus's power level is stronger than you. You fight him until he gets bored, or maybe he just kills you. Or you give him food and he just gets distracted. And that's what a Beerus fight goes like. Because, again, he's supposed to be sort of the end of power scaling there. I think I could wait and run one more Morale lines. We can spend 10 more minutes or something here today. It was a long week and I'm a little tired, but still it was fun. So I think tomorrow will be gathering the materials for Oron and Chasca, doing Abyss and Theater with them, and then probably trying to get the rest of Coatepec. Yeah, exactly. At that point, what are you doing? It's just speculation. And of course, it's always a good deal speculative, but when you're going with characters who don't really have much in the way of specified feats, the joke kind of writes itself. Yeah, not all characters are meant to be power scaled. It's fun when the situation allows it, but there are situations that don't really allow it. Okay. Let's get this going. Thank you, Xilonen. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Wait, what? I didn't know about that. How does that work? Thank you. It is nice that we're getting a lot of Saurian mats from this. Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's kind of a witch soldier kind of thing. Okay. That's fun. My real question is, when they add the volcano, is volcano going to be one area or two? It might be something like Upper and Lower Satek, where it's basically one area split into two because it's big enough on the map. Well, Chenyu Vale was kind of like that too. I'm excited for the volcano. The one thing, yeah, Upper and Southern for Chenyu, and then tiny little Mount Lyshin because, okay. Apparently the inside of the volcano is mostly empty of lava, even though it still erupts. But that does hopefully mean we'll be able to explore it. I wonder if it might have something instanced like Enkanomiya Underground Chasm or Rimmaria. Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think there might be a big instanced underground portion. It honestly really surprised me when they made Sea of Bygone Eras, especially since it is really small, frankly, as an actual instanced area. Because... what was I saying? Because... Paimon is... she's definitely connected to Celestia. There are 3 theories that I like. One, Paimon is Istaroth, or maybe Paimon is to Istaroth as Nahida is to Ruka Devada. Because it's very obvious, I would say, that Istaroth does not exist anymore. Because... oh... the only mention we get of Istaroth is... as in directly... because there is the alternate text in Raiden Story Quest. She never says the name. The only unambiguously written down thing related to Istaroth is Byakuyokoku, where... let me see. Right. It's backwards. They have Istaroth backwards. And one interesting thing a lot of people have said is that might mean that Istaroth was erased from Irminsul in the same way that Skara tried to do to himself. And you can't erase yourself completely, you can only erase your info. Meaning that... and Wanderer also initially lost his memory. So it's possible that Istaroth might have erased herself, or maybe it could have been she was erased by someone else and Paimon was a remnant. But either way, this is the only place we ever see Istaroth's name. The chances of Istaroth having been replaced from Irminsul, but the main reason they think she might have been erased from Irminsul is because when Skara was released, all knowledge of him as Skara was erased. But Nahida was able to remember him by basically backing up his memory by making a folk tale about his story that never mentioned his name. It was sort of immune to the Irminsul Google search and delete function. They couldn't remove it from the Internet Archive. And that's the idea, basically, that this was the only place where it was preserved because it wasn't her name. It was her name backward, and the search function was dumb. Some other theories are basically that she's the sustainer. I don't think that's the case, especially since, though to be fair, if I recall correctly, Ruka Devada and Nahida also have different voice actresses, I think. Let me see. Ruka Devada... yeah, Ruka Devada actually has a different voice than Nahida in Chinese and English, though we actually don't know her Japanese voice. Another one is that there's at least one more element, and some people think it's time because of time and wind. I'm more partial to the idea that if to the extent that time is an element, it is just Anemo. I think some kind of Omni is coming eventually. Especially since this Triquetra symbol is used in TCG as an all-element symbol, and it's on Paimon. So the idea is that Paimon is actually a Gnosis, and might be either the Time Gnosis or maybe an Omni-element Gnosis, because in the original content beta test, there was also... there are very kinds of elemental star glitter. It wasn't... and that basically replaced constellations. Constellation-unlike items. I mean, Stella Fortunas. It replaced it was what became Stella Fortunas. And there was a version that was all elements. And it referred to a primordial archon. Which, maybe that was their intent with the sustainer. But, given this symbol, I would say that Paimon might be connected to a sort of all-element in some way. That could work. But frankly, I think that I'm not sure they'd really do a Traveler kill-off. Or at least not like that. The big thing is... There was some MiHoYo interview some months ago, back when Fontaine ended, basically saying that the end of Fontaine, the 4th region, was only about, I think, halfway or a third of a way through the full game story. Yeah, something like that, but it... I think Paimon just dying. Especially since we still need to get real explanation of what Paimon is. And I think if it came along with just a death, it would be a little unsatisfying. Maybe. That's just me. Well, this means we've looped around to this part of Coatepec. See on this mountain, the temple, the other mountain, this little area over here, and the town. Just run a more away one, and that'll be it for today. That could work. And then maybe bring Paimon back or something becomes the next idea. I don't know. But it... One thing that comes to mind for me is just... I don't think there's a way that they don't try to make it some sort of playable Paimon for us to roll for. That's what gets to me. And if they killed her off or made her slumber, or maybe what could happen is... Because at the end of Honkai 3rd's main plot, Kiana goes away to the moon, and she's gone for that part of the storyline. I can maybe see something happening to the Traveler, and maybe Paimon becoming the new playable character or something. I don't know. Oh, and there was even, right as it climbed up, there was a tremor up there. I really wish those tremors were better notated. Oh well. 66 in here and 77 in total for these areas. 180, 66, and only 45 here, but again, Toyok is quite frankly tiny. Most of it is empty water. That is interesting considering how hard they pushed Milani, though to be fair. Got plenty of other areas in the other areas that use where being able to swim or surf on water is rather nice. Including, yeah, the lava cave. Well, and this other lava cave, though to be fair, it's also in here. We can make one condensed resin, do one more leyline run. I don't think they'll fuse. There's no way that they won't make the Traveler's sibling playable in some way. Though the question is really, is it going to be a matter of sort of trading off between Travelers and just, okay, you can switch the gender of your Traveler, which actually is not meaningless, because Lumine actually has a more powerful charged attack than Ether, and it's by a pretty good amount too. And the one thing I can think of is it's meant to maybe compensate for the fact that Ether moves a bit more quickly and a bit more efficiently because he's taller. But even still. Alright. Send you out. That would make a difference if, say, they made it, like I said before, you could unlock Pyro Traveler's better versions of their constellation somehow, and then using Pyro Traveler would... You might want to have a stronger charge attack. Yeah. Again, I think that if completing the Pilgrim's Chronicle... You said you didn't care about spoilers, so... Yeah, you look over here and it gives you these unlocks for various things you've done. 3 more of these are unlockable this patch. There's one for the new world quest, there's one for Chasca's Trouble quest, and there's one for Yansan for the Archon quest. So that means probably there are 3 more left, and the question is, next patch, Satwali will probably unlock one of those. So the question is whether this one in the middle, which is Kiongozi, that's Mavika's ancient name, presumably. Whether that's just going to maybe light up a bit more when we beat the Archon quest, or whether we'll get another of the remaining 2 after Stvali with just doing the quest. And then the final one would probably be... oh, the conclusion of the world quest at the volcano. Or maybe the Trouble Chronicle quest for Yansan, or whoever her Trop's 5-star is, if there was another one. Or maybe it might be doing all the Nightsoul Totem challenges, but... the main thing is that completing this has to give us something. Just doing the Archon quest will give you Pyro Traveler, but it won't complete this. So there's got to be something else for completing it. It'd be funny if it was just 10 rolls or something, but I think there's a decent chance that what it does is permanently give you the stronger version of Pyro Traveler that you otherwise only get during 5.3's boss battle. I don't know. Let's do this. Hello there. Cool. Let's get this going. Shoot. 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 Oh my goodness. That's a little annoying. Okay. Thank you. Go for this again. And here we are. Thank you. Shoot. 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 It's not just kind of lackluster. Traveler is bad unless it's Dendro Traveler, and Dendro Traveler is only good because Dendro is good. Traveler is not meant to be strong. So we've got a bit more. I think that should be enough to... well, tomorrow at least. This should be enough with the mats I get tomorrow to get these tomorrow, to level them to 90, but actually leveling their skills will take a bit more. So, with that, I think we explored the remainder of the ruins, went back through Sulfurous Veins, fought a decent number of local legends. Oh, we fought 2. Still. And... oh, and then, right, the third one here. I need a nap. So I guess tomorrow we go back, get more flowers and mushrooms for Oron and Chasca, send them up against Abyss and Theater, and then try to clear out the rest of Coatepec. That's decent. That'll be a fun way to finish things out. So I think that'll be all I've got today. Thank you very much for watching. It was a lot of fun chatting with you, as usual. See you around, and yeah, Sayonara.